This conference will now be recorded.
Get your attention, please. We're about to get this meeting underway. Just a couple of housekeeping issues, if you don't mind. This meeting is going to be recorded. This is more or less the slack zone that you'll be in. As long as you don't have a problem, that's perfectly fine. It's up to you. The other thought of that with the camera and the location of the camera in conjunction with the bathrooms. Again, bathrooms being here, you'll have your 0.5 seconds of fame if you plan to use the restroom. We didn't do that on purpose. Don't discourage that. Just want to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, at 6:08, I call the City of Blanco meeting on July 13th at the Gym of the Hills to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Lumpy?
Present.
Mayor President Salcedo?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin? He's trying to get online. Councilmember Smith?
Present.
Councilmember Barron? Present. Councilmember Devine?
Present. Great. Please stand for the pledge.
The United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I have a couple of announcements before we get started. The first announcement is the Hill Country Alliance will be having a program called Knowing Your Water on August 19th here at the Gym of the Hills at 5:30. Citizens will learn about aquifers and their relationship to wells and rivers. The next thing is their kiosk will be installed tomorrow at City Hall. This will allow citizens to make payments with cash, credit, check, right there at the kiosk instead of going inside. One more thing is the burn ban is still off at this time. And the last announcement I have is we are currently working on the budget and we will be having workshops soon. Next, we have public comments. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and we'll let you know when your time has expired. First, we have Mr. Jay Palmer.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, City Administrator, I didn't think I was going to start off this show. So I appreciate the opportunity to address you. This is the third time actually that I've discussed this same item before this board. I have a commitment to the City of Blanco. I have a commitment to actually provide the City of Blanco with an easement, which I have done, and a discharge pipeline that prevents water from traveling across my property, and instead, as I understand it, to be irrigated, but in emergency situations, that water be allowed to flow into the river. Now, I don't want to be painted as a big proponent of discharging the river. I'm quite opposed to that. I want to see it clean. I've made an investment in this city, in this area, and I don't like what we saw before. But I am concerned about discharge going across my property. And as hard as we've been trying, as much discussion as we've had, discharge continues to this day to run across my property. Now, I am, the purpose of my visit today is to just simply point out that I have done what is required of me. I have had the property surveyed. I've discussed it with the city, I have provided it to the city, and I have now asked that the city would go forward with their end of the agreement and begin engineering so that I might install that pipeline. Now, why would you want to install a pipeline if there's discussion about doing other things other than discharging the river? I understand, but the problem that I have primarily is the fact that the city has a cap of $200,000 for their portion of this pipeline. My portion is uncapped. So if the cost of that pipeline exceeds $400,000, I'm responsible for that increase. So I've taken bids and I've been ready to go for some time. And if the city, I hate to put it like this, but if the city is not willing to go forward and carry out that settlement agreement, I'm still being damaged by water discharged on the property. Now, I have been told that there are members of the city council as well as staff members that do not wish to see the city carry out a settlement agreement. I have been approached in the last few weeks by various members of task force of the Save Our Blanco, Metals Foundation. Is that my 3 minutes?
Go ahead, finish.
Who have likewise tried to convince me that maybe I ought to be looking at other directions other than the California settlement agreement. To that, I would simply say this. If the city is not interested in going forward at this time, so that I'm able to cap my expenses, then I'm willing to wait for the city to explore whatever they want to explore. But I'd like to change places with the city. I'd like a cap placed on me for what it would cost me to put the line in right now. And if the city decides to explore other options and ultimately they decide there is a need for an easement or a pipeline, I'm in favor of that. But if they go through this exploration and then find that they have to go ahead and put in this pipeline as an emergency relief, if that's a year from now, if that's 2 years from now, construction materials are just going up. And since I got the first bid, it's gone up another $26,000. And I don't know how much higher it's going to go. So I'm just simply saying 2 things. Number one, give me a cap of what it would cost today. If the city wants to take a month, take a year, if they want to take 2 years, that's fine. I'll still be here trying to do what I can to make this work out. But number 2, I want to make sure that whatever option the city chooses to go with on doing something with their effluent water, that I'm not placed back in the same position I was in the day I discovered effluent water. And that's the cleanest way I can describe it. Running across my property, down my creek, through my yard, where my grandkids play. Now, since the first time I've addressed this board, we have planted 6,150 vines. And we're about to get involved in the full development of the property. I cannot afford to have that water running across those fields. It can't happen. And if there's ways, if Mr. Garnett has a way to resolve this, I'm all for it. I just don't want to see us go back to what happens if we have another freeze? What happens if we have electricity go off for 7 days? What happens if we have a major flood? Water's got to assume. I just don't want it coming on me. I'm sorry. But that's the way I feel. So I appreciate the opportunity. Everything that I've done so far has been in furtherance of our settlement agreement. And we have communicated with Mr. Bullock, let him know why there might have been some delays in making this happen. But those delays were because we were trying to find better ways, more economical ways, better routes to run that pipeline to save the city money and to save me money. So nobody's waiting on me, and we're ready to perform. I just don't want to be asked to perform the same way a year or two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Greg Palmer.
I don't have much to add. You gave more than 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I'd also like to point out that he didn't mention this, but the estimates that we got were for less than the $400,000 that was the overall cap for the project. So moving forward now would allow that savings. And then the other thing is, right now, our property is the emergency relief. Whenever there's a problem, it ultimately comes to our property. So that's what we negotiated for, was to have an alternative to that. And so if we can work something out, we want to make sure that emergency relief does not remain on. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mike Smith.
Accuse myself of this, and maybe we should speak at that time.
Mr. JT Morgan.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Let me express how excited I am here to be here tonight. I'm J.T. Morgan, live in Blanco County, down Frankfort City. I'm also the president of Technical Blanco, and as we heard from our first two speakers, we understand the risks of the city not being able to treat and handle their water as it ends up in somebody's grapevines and it ends up costing everybody money. So POB is really excited. The task force, by unanimity, has come forward with a really good engineering report and a good recommendation that the city withdraw their current applications of the TCEQ and go back with a land application permit, which could very well alleviate the problem with the several $100,000 the city is facing, Palmers are facing. We hope that money, both the Palmers and the city, will be better spent somewhere else. And while we're talking about money, POB is so excited about this report, so excited and proud that the city is going to take into consideration actually adopting those findings, withdrawing the current application, starting with a land application permit, known as a TLAP, that POB is willing to commit that we're going to spend $5,000. We'll make it the first $5,000 of paid use day. And we'd also tell you it's not our plan to have it be the cap of our contribution. That is simply our good faith recommendation that we go forward with phase 2, that the city adopt these findings, and that we go forward with some better means of treating the effluent than putting it in the river. We fully recognize that it is more so this council than the prior council's goal that the last, which was words, last ditch effort and last choice for this effluent is dumping into the river. We think the better example that the city can put forward is that it is not an option to put it. It is only an option that we irrigate and we find secondary users for this water. Again, the history has been that the city's belief is that we need to keep in our hip pocket the ability to dump into Blanco. We think that idea is great if it were in fact harmless to put effluent in the river. I don't think anybody suggests, not even 3 years ago when we started these discussions, that it's harmless. I think that the prior administration and the prior engineers had the idea that it was a less harmful use of that water. And it may be less harmful than some, but it is far from harmless. So again, we would encourage this council to adopt the unanimous recommendation of both the engineers of the task force and the task force itself. Withdraw the current application, start with a new land application, and start exploring better ways to dispose of this water than putting it into Blanco. And there is something wrong with your clock. I'm always cut off. I'm long since run out of business. So.
19 seconds.
Let me finish. We are so proud of you folks and excited to have the new council. And if there's anything that POB can do, you folks know how to find us, and we're here to help any way we can. And you're now about, I think, from a very smart person that's going to actually bring some wisdom to this. So Anyway, thank you, folks.
Thank you. Water and ice.
I think you-
Yeah.
I'm Lauren, and I'm the attorney that's been working with Protector Blanco. I wanted to be here tonight because I didn't want to miss anything because the task force report and the recommendations in it, I think really are important and very significant. And I wanted to pick up on a couple of points that JT mentioned, the sort of the technical points, because I know it can seem like a big decision to move from a pending application to a brand new land application. But it's really not a big move. And it's because the city is in a very unique position to make this, an easy decision, I think. One is that a land application permit relies heavily on a water balance, and that's what tells the city or the applicant sort of how much land it will need and how much storage it will need to keep going out of the river under all conditions. The city, unlike a lot of cities or new applicants, has a history of both discharging or storing and irrigating its effluent. So we've got years of data here that we can look at to really refine that TLAB application and make sure that it's going to be one that works for the city. The city can also take advantage of the TCQ's relatively recent beneficial reuse credits, which would mean that if the city sizes its permit right today, then it could offset the need for additional land to expand in the future. And that's really important when you're looking at a permit that's being proposed essentially that would double in size. It would mean that the city could set aside land today to meet the current TLAB requirements without needing to get more land in the future. So that gives you a lot of flexibility to grow and the ability to work with reuse customers in the future once you've been able to demonstrate that reuse demand. And in closing, I just wanted to make one final point, which is that a TLAB, as I started off by saying, is not really the cutting edge. And a TLAB is not, it's not uncharted territory. TLABs have been the traditional way of dealing with wastewater disposal in the Hill Country for quite some time. What would be precedent setting of this council to do would be to withdraw the TLAB or withdraw the discharge permit, which is the easy solution, sort of what JT was talking about. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as we can just open the gate, we can get rid of as much wastewater as we want without having to think about it. So what the precedent setting action that this council could do is to do the work, which I think this council has demonstrated it's willing to do. Do the work today and find that land and find that storage that's necessary to commit to keeping wastewater out of the river, to bind future councils to keep wastewater out of the river, and to encourage more reuse and more conservation with the city's wastewater and water resources in the future. So that's what POB's here asking, and expressing full support for the task force recommendations and asking this council to move forward on a TLAB application. And I'm available for any questions. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Hello?
Next, we are going to hear a presentation from Nitzendorf and Walker PC for the 2021 audit.
Me. Well, get in.
Somebody told me to change locations down at City Hall. That was my wife's fault. Anyway, I'm Keith Nitzendorf with Nitzendorf and Blocker out of Fredericksburg. We manage water report for the city. You're in September 30th, 2020. In the past, what I like to do is I go through and get the high points. If you have any questions at any time, stop and ask me, or later if you have some, you can give us a call, email us, they have all our contact information. We're always available. The city is in good financial shape, and since I have a couple of new members here, in government accounting, we comply with governmental accounting standards for the state. Back in 2004, they issued Statement 34, where we do 2 sets of financial statements for every government entity. One set is I call the fund financial statement. That's the basis of accounting that y'all see on y'all's accounting record. That's what you adopt the budget and set the tax. Okay? That's fund accounting. Second set, they make us require us to do a business type model. And we do financial statements that include all your capital assets, your long-term debt. We also include your retirement and OPEB liabilities. Those are like a business type model, like a business would see. So those exhibits are A1 and B1. The fund financial statements start on C section. All right? And remember, Governmental Accounting Standard Board 68, pension liability. We now have to include either your net pension liability or asset in your financial statements. You all remember that the Texas Municipal Retirement System, they provide us and every city in the system a separate actuarial valuation report. This is for y'all to see. If y'all want to look at it, it's available. It's 30-something pages. They go into great depth and detail for y'all to individual see. Okay, that's the retirement portion. Y'all also, when you pay the monthly premiums or contributions to the PMRS, you also have an OPEB, other post-employee benefits. GABI 75. We ask, what is that? The TMRS allows a city to provide a supplemental death benefit to your retirees and your active employees. Governmental Accounting Standards Board, we have to include that liability in finance. Okay? That death benefit amounts to, for active employees, up to 1 year's annual salary, and then for all the retirees, $7,500. Then I'll show you later what that costs the city. It only costs you $2,200. But anyway, those are the two reports. And remember, in governmental accounting world, those liabilities are shown on the A1 and B1, the GABI 34 schedule. Okay? They do not affect, those liabilities do not affect what you all adopt the budget and set the tax rate. I want to make that clear. You all still just adopt the budget and set the tax rate on what your monthly contributions that you pay to the TMRs. Got it? Clear as mud. Audit report itself. The city's in good financial shape. The numbers reflect that. Did have some problems in the accounting world, and we'll go a little later. First, we'll get to the financial statements themselves. After the index on pages 1 and 2, is the independent audit report. This says we made an audit of the financial statements of the city as of until the end of September 30th, 2020. At the bottom of page 1, our opinion. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present clearly the financial position of the city as of September 30th, 2020, and changes in financial position and cash flow for the year that ended. This is the standard auditor's clean opinion letter. Whatever government entity wants. After that, pages 3 through 8 is the requirement of GABI 34, where we include a management discussion analysis. It's labeled unaudited. We're not required to audit these numbers, but they are exactly come right out of your financial statements. And what it is, it gives a narrative financial highlights and condensed financial information. And it's real good for the readers. Within 5 pages, you can get a good overview of the finance of the city, instead of having to look at the 50-something pages at the back. This you can turn to and get a summarized, condensed financial information. So if you ever want a brief overview, that's the place to go to. But since I'm here, I do the actual audit schedules and exhibits. So we'll go to the first one, page 9. Exhibit A1. A1 and B1, the GABI 34 model statements, therefore, they include audit calculations, long-term debt, retirement, and OPEB liabilities, and come up with a profit and loss just like a business would see. And you can see the breakdown of the column of government activities. That's your general fund and your special revenue funds and debt service fund. The business type activities is your water and sewer fund. Then you have the total. So you can see overall the city is in good financial shape. You have total assets of over 24 million, 24,646,289, liabilities 13,847,971, and net position, bottom line, 10,827,376.
That net position would be the equivalent to stockholders' equity, retained earnings. So these numbers reflect that the city is in good financial shape. And the liabilities I was referring to, you go into liabilities, right above the total liabilities, you can see your net pension liability total was $58,377. That OPEB liability, death benefit liability that I was talking about is $63,300. So you see they're very minimal amounts. Pages 10 and 11 is the statement of activities. This would come up with a net income for the city as a whole. And once again, it's broken down again by the governmental activity section, the business type activity section, and then it has a total column. So you can see last year the governmental activities had a net loss deficit of year $423,958. The enterprise water and sewer fund had a profit of $294,800. So overall, the city had a net loss for the year of $129,148. But still had over $10 million in net position, so it's still a good financial shape. Starting on page 12 and 13 of the fund financial statements, and these are on the fund basis, therefore, that's what you all see on a monthly basis on your financial reports. And they're broken down by the major funds of the city, the general fund, hotel, motel fund, debt service fund, and the other funds versus special revenue fund. And of course, the general fund is the main operating fund for the governmental section, and it had assets of $1,474,969. Liabilities $220,939, so net fund balance, total fund balance of $1,247,800, which is excellent for the general fund. We do work for about 10 cities in the Central Texas area, and the city of Blanco, the general fund balance. The other funds, hotel, motel tax fund, the debt service, and other funds, you can see the totals there, the total on the governmental basis. The assets of $1,741,490 exceeded the liabilities of $221,701. So you have a total fund balance of $1,504,780. Page 14 takes that fund balance on the fund basis. This is the items that we use to reconcile to get to the GASB 34 numbers. You add back your capital assets, that's your cost, minus your accumulated depreciation, minus your long-term debt, that's the $2,361,076. You add back your current year capital outlays, long-term debt principal payments, $221,727. Just for your GASB 68 and GASB 75 liabilities, subtract your depreciation expense, $199,510. And then you adjust from the modified accrual to full accrual, you just have to do the recognition of your tax fines receivable and come up with your net position under GASB 34, $3,781,500. And we will have to test that presentation. You have to answer 2 out of those questions correctly. No. Come on, this is dry stuff. People, let's go. 15 and 16, revenues and expenditures, fund basis. These are the same way that major funds across the top. It shows your operations for the year in the general fund. Your expenditures exceeded your revenues by $115,320 deficit. And you can see that for the other funds, the hotel, motel had a deficit. The debt service, of course, has a deficit. Actually had a small profit after transfers, $18,275. And so you can see your total column, your revenues actually exceeded your expenditures by $249,089. After you transferred out the $552,517, you had a net change or deficit for the year of $303,028. The debt service fund collects taxes. You all assess a tax broken down into a general and this portion. That's taxes has to be collected in the debt service fund, and then of course you transfer those monies out to pay the debt that's in the water and sewer fund on your bonds payable. That's why that's shown that way. Page 17 shows the same thing where we take the net change, the fund statements, the $303,428, you add back your current year capital outlays, long-term debt principal payments, adjust for your GASB 6875 liabilities, subtract your depreciation expense, and adjust from the modified accrual to full accrual. That comes up how we get to the net change under GASB 34 to 423. Page 18 and 19 is a separate balance sheet for the water and sewer fund.
That shows the assets and the liabilities of that fund. Those numbers are the same as I went over the front. So those numbers don't change. They're on the full accounting. Page 20 is a separate operating statement showing the revenue and expenses for the water and sewer last year. And that's it's also the same amount of numbers that you saw in the front statement. And it shows last year that the net change in the water and sewer fund was positive 294,810. Page 21 shows the changes in cash flow. That just shows how your cash is generated and then what it's used for. Of course, last year you issued 3.4 million Texas Water bond loan proceeds, and then most of those funds are still held in the restricted account, and therefore the overall change in cash for the year was a net increase of $68,017. The notes starting on page 23, these are additional disclosures required by general accounting principles. They describe the accounting policies and give other details of the amount shown in the financial statements. The first part of the note explains the use of the government flag that I've already explained, yet the 34 statements, and then the fund financial statements that are used for the accounting for the city. The notes I have to point out, need to point out, start on the bottom of page 28 and 29. City is required to comply with the Public Funds Investment Act. At the end of the year, the deposits at the bank were covered by FDIC insurance and/or pledged securities. Therefore, all the funds of the city comply with the Public Funds Investment Act. Bottom of page 30 shows the changes in property, plant, equipment, and water and sewer fund for the year and the related depreciation amounts. Same way on page 31. For the governmental activity shows the additions and the related depreciation amounts. The bottom of the page shows the changes in long-term debt, shows you complied with your debt agreements, major principal payments to Southside Bank capital lease. And on page 32 shows your water and sewer, the bonds payments, the bonds payable, the principal payments were made in accordance with those agreements, and shows the remaining balances at the end of the year, and that you issued 3.4 million through the Water Development Board for the Series 2020. And then on page 32 shows the breakdown of principal interest requirements for the next 30 years under those bond agreements. On page 34, at the bottom page, this is the Texas Municipal Retirement System note. And that note is based on those reports I showed you that we get directly from the TMRS. And they go through and show your plan description, benefits, contributions. As last year, the city contributed $76,526 to that system. And then it gets into the actual assumptions and also what they invested in to come up with on page 36, the bottom of the page, what y'all's net liability was. As you can see, the net pension liability or total pension liability is $1,023,591. Y'all had assets down there, $965,214. So you had a net liability of $58,377. No arrow on page 38 is the same thing for that death benefit that I was telling you about earlier. And then also it shows contributions that you made for that death benefit of $2,201. And it goes through the same procedure, gives you the assumptions. And then on page 39, it shows your liability for that benefit and your $63,299. And you should know that that is not a funded, unlike the retirement system, which is funded, that OPEB liability is unfunded. It's a pay as you go method. You pay your contributions and that benefit is then available for anybody who dies. The other notes, you get further disclosures, as I said before, and we really don't need to look at any of those. Supplemental schedule is always key one on page 43. For the general fund, we have to show the comparison to the budget, what your results were actual to budget. And you can see the revenues, you collected more, or actual revenues, 1,617,338. You budgeted 1,343,420, so the favorable variance Expenditure side, you budgeted 1,749,250, actually spent 1,732,658, and a favorable variance. So overall, you had planned a deficit of 405,000 in general fund, and actually only was 297,300 favorable variance for both revenues and expenditures. And if you hadn't had enough, starting on page 44, we have to get supplemental schedule for the pension liability under GASB 68. This gives a 6-year summary, since we've had to start doing this in 2015. It'll eventually be a 10-year summary. And as the mayor and commissioners of the city, the only items we really need to key in are items C and D. The net pension liability or asset, and then the percentage funded. And you can see last year, your liability reduced to $58,377. That was funded at 94.3%. And you can see over the last 6 years, it generally has been at 88% or higher. So the retirement system is in good shape. Pages 46 and 47 show your contributions to each one of those years. As I said before, last year, 76,526. And then on page 49 is the OPEB liability. And it shows we've had to adopt that since fiscal year 2018. It shows the liability at the end of the year. And once again, that's unfunded. Then finally, the supplemental schedules on 51 and 52 just give a breakdown of the special revenue funds, the assets and liabilities, same way on 53 and 54. And then finally, we get to the internal control letter on page 55 and 56. In addition to our financial statements, we have tested the internal control system used for financial reporting, and we found some major weaknesses, and those are listed there. That troubles with the accounting system, and gives the cause and what the recommendation is. And of course, Linda has been working on that with these weaknesses under control. And those are listed in this letter about the poor internal controls and lack of monitoring of financial statements. The final letter in the back of the book, we as the independent auditor and the government auditing standards emphasize you, the governing body of the city, the mayor and aldermen. These items as listed in this letter. Today, audit findings, of course, there were none. We've adopted all the appropriate governmental accounting standard board statements and are complying with them. There were no difficulties encountered performing audit or correct or uncorrected misstatements. No disagreements with management or other audit findings or issues in relation to the financial statements themselves. Then at the bottom of the page was our recommendations for improvement. These are not material weaknesses. These are just items that we found that we need the city to work on and improve. And under the first there, listed there, Public Funds Investment Act. Under that act required to adopt a policy and also receive training. There were some errors in the payroll transaction postings. And we hope going forward that those Linda's corrected. Payroll setup will be corrected in the general ledger. And then under documentation, we found some missing documents. And then the filing system was limited, and now it's being reviewed and updated. And that's about it. We always appreciate the cooperation of the city. We have to come in here and we have to look at a lot of documents and then find them. We've been working with Linda and we're hoping that.
I have one question.
Sure.
Here we go. On page 41 out of P3, you're noting that there's some contested or disputed invoice or outstanding. When that resolution is reached, how will that be entered? Will it be an amendment to the audited statement, or will it be reflected in the post? Do you want me to start off?
Oh, no, I haven't.
All right. Will that be, how will that be reflected? Will it be, will you amend this statement?
No,
There,
that'll be taken care of in a year.
it'd be the subsequent year,
Right.
and it would be charged off that.
Right.
Okay. That was my only question.
Yep.
Appreciate your work.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have a presentation from Aqua Strategies and Blanco Water Reclamation Task Force on Phase 1 report. Nick Dornoff.
I do bring pictures with this one. This is the report. So if anybody's interested, I suppose, in the having a copy of the engineering report that the task force released, can provide that to you. Okay. Well, show you so we can get started. Probably. Thanks. So we have a long agenda here. Everybody, thank you very much, members of council. My name is Nick Dornak, and I'm Director of Watershed Services at the Meadow Center for Water and the Environment. And I've been facilitating the Blanco Water Reclamation Task Force since September of 2020. And that task force is a coalition of representatives from both the city of Blanco and Protect Our Blanco. And I just want to thank our members of the task force that have been participating in this process throughout the time. I want to thank city council, city staff, Protect Our Blanco members of our team at the Meadow Center contributed to this. This has been a 10-month effort to bring this presentation and recommendations to you this evening. I feel that we have been thoughtful, diligent, open-minded as we've looked at the solutions for the city. I think we started off with certainly a charge and some uneasy optimism. But I think, hope this evening that we have some very solid solutions for the city of Blanco to consider, both the protection of the city and protection of the Blanco River in the long term. This is for folks, just a little background on the task force. It was established by the city council on September 8th of last year with 4 representatives from the city and 4 from Protect Our Blanco. And it will be moderated by the Meadow Center for Water and the Environment. Our mission as adopted was the Blanco Water Reclamation Task Force will implement a collaborative stakeholder effort to provide viable solutions for water and wastewater management to the city of Blanco that both support responsible growth and ensure the health of the Blanco River. I think that we have held true to our mission throughout our meetings and our efforts, and I hope you will see that in our recommendations today. This is a list of members of our task force. Councilmember Devine, Ryan Rodriguez, Public Works Director, David Baker, Joe Day, Gabriel Gregerman, and John Branson with Protect Our Blanco. And we've since adopted Councilmember Barron to replace Councilmember Lewis a few months ago. So I want to thank all of them for their efforts to this point. This is the current makeup of our task force, and I am very grateful for the efforts of all of them. The guiding principles are provided here for, I think, for context. But we adopted these early on and ensure a healthy and productive Blanco River. We wanted to include financial considerations, economic considerations. We wanted One Water to be our guiding force in our conversations. I think a big important piece of this also as a facilitator for this was that we respect and consider contributions from all task force members. Strove to, whether it's in meetings or outside of meetings, to get input from folks. And really consider that in our recommendations. Really try to work on information based on facts and the best available information in all of our group decisions. And we strove for unanimous consent in these recommendations. And there was no dissension in the task force on our final recommendations here this evening. So 11 meetings, completed. We met with auditors, we met with engineers, we met with water industry leaders, we met with lawyers too. We met with state agencies. So we worked really hard to develop partners in this process. We've also brought in partnerships with National Wildlife Federation and Hill Country Alliance as they have become interested in what will become phase 2 of our study should the task force continue our efforts. So I'm very proud that our group was able to inspire that kind of collaboration, not just locally here, but really a regional and statewide effort is really focused on Blanco and what's going to be done here. The community has an opportunity with the right leadership and courage, I think, to set a strong example for other communities across the state, across the Texas country. The coordination with the city staff and city engineer, I think, has always been very genuine and good. I want to thank Mr. Turk for his contributions to our information gathering and his good and solid advice and opinions in this. We completed a refinement study, which you will hear the results from that study this evening. And since that study is completed, we've continued consultation with state agencies and continuing to develop funding and collaboration for a phase 2 study, which would be entitled One Water Pathways for the City of Blanco. So this is moving beyond just wastewater, but looking at water supply, water balance, looking at even things like changing weather patterns, climate change, different development demands, things that will set Blanco on the right pathway for sustainable growth and a sustainable economy for many decades to come. I wanted to provide a few additional items here before we get into the task force engineering reports. But the world did not stop when the task in Blanco and the task force got going. We've had to deal with a lot of adapting, but we've had to adapt to a lot of changing circumstances, I think. And I'm going to lay out a few of them this evening. First off, certainly early discussions with the city confirmed that commitment from the city of Blanco that there would be, land application was the desire. I think that's been undisputed. We also understood at the beginning of this that there were no major developments on the horizon that fact changed. Also, the city of Blanco did submit their TPDES permit application. Mr. Turk submitted that on behalf of the city. It reduced the discharge amount from 1.6 million gallons per day to 0.45 million gallons per day, a more right-sized permit for Blanco. Of course, we have some ideas to adjust that. A few other things to keep in mind as you consider our recommendations and consider, the impacts of your actions and the good work that's to be done here in the coming weeks and months. There was a district court ruling in favor of Save Our Springs Alliance in a contested case with Dripping Springs that cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight, and the district court ruled against them to be able to discharge into Onion Creek, considering anti-degradation components in the Clean Water Act. And that could have impact on TCQ permitting policy as that winds its way through courts. Also, Blanco Mud number 1 came to fruition again, or rose from nowhere in a way. It is not supported by P&Z, 385 acres or so.
So how do we get to the conference?
Estimated costs.
We haven't come here, but how do we?
Task force with some of these considerations. Additionally, as you heard from Mr. Jay and Greg Palmer this evening, I appreciate them being here and I appreciate their time in discussing this matter with me as well. The settlement agreement for Paradise, this is a time-sensitive matter, and there are some potential options for the city that need to be considered. And so I do hope that the city is able to continue to work with
Palmer's to find some really good solutions, I think, for both parties. I think the solutions are out there. Just recently, the city of Blanco's containment pond overtopped as a result of excessive spring rain and inability to irrigate, kind of showing we don't quite have the capacity we need to meet our current weather patterns. And we also, on a positive note, we have a lease agreement in the works on 45 additional acres with an adjacent landowner. I will be providing some guidelines for what that lease might look like to help the city, help the landowner, and help, of course, the Blanco River Basin as these lease agreements become more and more, hopefully, from the city, that they're done right and done in a way that protects the city and protects the environment. Final consideration here before we move on to the report. I wanted to mention House Bill 4146, the Pristine Waters Act, which was an incredible piece of legislation that actually passed the Texas House in a bipartisan fashion, 82 to 61, that would have prevented future discharge of the Blanco River. That bill, of course, died in the Senate, but it is sure to emerge in future legislative sessions if the Democrats come back to Texas. So. Okay, so with that, I wanted to, I'm grateful to have Barney Austin of Aqua Strategies. He is the president and CEO of Aqua Strategies to present the findings from his team. He had a team of engineers put together some great engineering solutions and options for us. They took a lot of time. They went way over and above their budgeted amount. I want you guys to know that these guys worked very hard to come up with some really solid solutions for us. So Barney will be presenting these recommendations, and then I will provide our task force recommendations based on his study. So Barney Austin. Thank you.
Go back real quick to this picture. That's actually my 19-year-old son. I just had a stream of here a few years ago. That's the reason I put that on the report. That Blanco is near and dear to my heart. It's one of the reasons I was very happy to work on this project. But shame you can't see the title there very well. But we began this study by looking at what it would take to clean up the wastewater sufficiently to prevent any algal growth downstream from downstream of the discharge point. And the answer to that analysis is that it's going to cost a lot of money. There's a number of different options, mechanical, chemical, and otherwise that can be brought to the table, brought to bear on this project in order to clean it up to those standards. But the truth is the quality of water in the Blanco River right now is really, really high. It's what we call nutrient starved. So what happens is.
Can you speak louder? Speak into your mic a little bit.
Yeah, the truth is the Blanco River is very, very clean. It's nutrient starved, and that's why it's so clear. But what happens is when nutrient is dropped into the water, it causes algae to be able to grow, and that's the situation we faced here. And total phosphorus levels are very, very low in the river. So if you add a little bit of phosphorus, it allows plants to grow. So that's the situation. So, like I said, we began by looking at what we would need to do in order to clean up that water to a standard where there wouldn't be any impacts in the stream. And the answer is that's really expensive. So we looked at other options where we wouldn't have to discharge at all. And we were very, very conservative in our analysis, and we looked at daily rainfall records over the last 40 years. To figure out if there was a situation, if there had been a situation historically where we would have had to have discharged in order to basically contain that wastewater, not contain that wastewater on site. So the solution is a larger containment pond and additional irrigation. You can't get away with just one. Just a huge storage tank that
it's going to deal with all of that wastewater all of the time, unless you've got a really, really broad one that's really, really shallow and you've got enough evaporative losses to deal with that. And you can't deal with it just with irrigation because sometimes you can't irrigate. Sometimes the ground is too wet. You don't want to put that treated wastewater on the ground and have it run off to the river anyway if the ground is saturated. So the solution is a combination of those things. And what we found, in order to have a situation where you would never have to discharge with current effluent rates, you need to approximately double the size of the current holding pond. You need to build another approximately 10 million gallon holding pond on site. And that equates to something like 7 acres by 4.5 feet deep, something like that. And on the image there, you see probably a possible site for that storage pond. By the way, there's a good opportunity here with the storage pond to maintain what we call type 1 standards for that reclaimed water. And when you maintain type 1 standards, that's at a quality where incidental contact with that water is not going to cause any health concerns. So that's the type of water that you can put on baseball fields or golf courses and that kind of thing without any concerns with health. So there's an advantage to building the pond in such a way that you can maintain those water quality standards. The other thing you would have to do in order to avoid ever having to discharge again is to acquire some additional land for irrigation. And the city already has some land that it's using, 27 acres, I understand. And there's a recent agreement in place for some additional land to irrigate on. As you can see on that map, there's a good amount of land nearby that could potentially be used as well. And so in our report, we recommend that upwards of 100 acres in total be secured through leases or other arrangements to help, in this case, dispose of that water and provide benefits to those landowners as well. So those two sort of immediate actions or short-term goals would be to increase storage on site for that treated wastewater and increase the amount of land available for irrigation. But there's a couple of medium-term recommendations in our report as well. By the way, I think there were some copies of the report circulated. There's a lot more detail in there about the water balance and about different options available to the city. This one seems like one that ought to be considered as well, and that is to look at opportunities to continue removing nutrients from that wastewater, which would therefore increase the number of options that you have for use of that reclaimed water for other things in and around the city. So one of those things is by optimizing the use of alum at the wastewater treatment plant. It's already being used right now. My understanding is Mr. Rodriguez was trying to optimize the dosing of alum in order to further reduce nutrients, and it seems like that's a good opportunity there. Fairly cost effective to do that. Another possibility is to retrofit the wastewater treatment plant with what we call a biological nutrient removal system that also helps remove nutrients. We figured that one with the existing setup would cost about $200,000. That's an optional one, but to be considered in the future. And if you want to expand the uses for that wastewater in the future, this is one that probably ought to be considered. Lastly, this is a conversation we've had with the task force members as well as city staff and others. There's potentially certainly looking out into the future lots of uses for that treated wastewater, particularly if those standards are maintained or improved in the future. And that treated wastewater is conveyed through what we call purple pipes. If we can extend that purple pipe all the way up to Highway 281, and this is not necessarily the pipeline route that is most economical or most efficient, but there are potential users of that reclaimed water all the way up to 281. And if we build a standpipe on 281, that introduces the possibility of other users of that reclaimed water and sale of that reclaimed water to help cover some of the costs. The costs of running a pipeline all the way up to 281, including pumps and storage tanks and things like that, is approximately $5 million. That might be a little bit conservative on the estimate. There may be some opportunities for landowners to share that cost, and it doesn't need to be done in one single step. We could build that pipeline of a certain distance in order to meet the needs some distance up the pipeline, or additional needs are made available, or as the amount of effluent that needs treating is increased, we could extend that purple pipe further up. There are, of course, O&M costs associated with building and pumping that through the purple pipe. Those are the main recommendations in the report. I think Mr. Gornak's going to talk about those a little bit further. Of course, like I said, that report. So I think Nate's going to finish his presentation, and if you have any questions about our report, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much to Mr. Osmond and Aqua Strategies. This is a very short rendition of the work that you will see in the report. So this part of the presentation, I want to stick very specifically to our recommendations to City Council this evening. And option number 1 is to pursue a phased Texas land application permit. Immediately begin consultation with TCEQ permitting and legal staff to withdraw the current application for 0.45 million gallons per day of discharge and pursue this phase. The TLAP is really a long-term solution for the city of Blanco that achieves the city's goals and desires to avoid discharge, and really is I think also in the short term, is a very smart move, and I'll kind of explain a few things. As you know, one of the original things that we were looking at back, especially when we saw a lot of algae growing and some discharges, discharges reaching the Blanco River, was the emergence of Protector Blanco and other groups that would be opposed to a discharge permit. The Texas Land Application Permit application would nullify many of the concerns of the folks that are would be out there to potentially drive up legal costs of running the permit through, even if that permit included options for land application. There's really no way to control future development pressure and political considerations, and that's what the folks that might contest the permit are going to be looking at, and they're going to be concerned with. And if you have questions about, what a contested case can be, I would say the Dripping Springs is a very recent example of something that the city needs to be concerned with. But again, I think that right now we have the kind of relationships with the local groups that can help negate some of that, particularly with that Texas Land Application Permit. Economic viability is a big part of this. Discharging the water to the river doesn't pay you anything for that water. And that option that would be available, it's not really, I guess, sound economically. So as water supplies become more scarce, having that water is a true commodity and resource for the city and its customers. It has value to both the city and the customers on the other end. It's a sustainable resource that we feel should be a big part of the city's future decision-making processes. On that note, how do you do it, right? I think that's a big concern and question for the city. To that end, we've had several conversations with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, particularly Feroz Mahara, who's a team leader for municipal permits. They desire the city to achieve a sustainable, viable, and economically sound permitting decision. For them to that end, they have agreed to sit down immediately with the city and help create and draft a phased Texas Land Application Permit with you. So this would be Feroz leading the effort on part of TCEQ. He has a history of working with the city of Blanco. He would continue that along with the permit writer, Alfonso Martinez, to work with the city to kind of craft this new approach. The big part of this is that it would be phased. So you can start off with that storage that you have now and the lands that you have now if you right-size your permit to your more current discharge amounts. I had a conversation most recently with Mr. O'Hara. Councilmember Barron was on that call with me, basically explaining that TCQ would be willing to provide some exception to your total capacity rules to allow seeking of a smaller permit, and then that would allow time to get those additional landowner leases in place and fund and finance that additional storage to expand and grow your TLAB. So you've got new rules that you're operating under with TCEQ that can also provide those 210 reuse authorizations over time as well. So there's definitely a pathway in TCEQ's eyes and our eyes on how to do this from a regulatory and legal standpoint. The other thing that was really interesting, a question I wanted to find out, was what kind of landowner lease agreements are required for you to have a Texas land application permit? Because a big piece of this is that the city would have control of those lands to irrigate. You don't want to have a landowner backing out, and then what do we do with this water? So from a TCEQ, from a regulatory standpoint, the requirements, of course, would be some environmental analysis of those properties, but that the length of the lease would have to extend the length of the permit. So it provides some kind of medium-term assurances on that control piece. But it also allows us time to market your water and get more customers. So I'll explain that as we kind of roll along. But that is definitely the way to get started. The other thing, as we mentioned in Mr. Palmer, Jay and Greg mentioned the need to secure some time with the settlement agreement. So that would be an essential piece of this. We see 3 viable options for Farm Paradise in the short term. Of course, our desire would be to provide them, that the city would provide them with high quality effluent as a customer. That may not be the right time right now, but that is an option. The option 2 would be looking at buying time and looking at some of those lands to the east of Farm Paradise, and potentially, instead of creating a discharge pipeline to the river, actually route that pipeline across the property and reach other properties to the east. So you would open that up to other customers. Finally, option 3 could be that you abandon the pipeline and discharge route to the Blanco River. And then you can reallocate that money that you had set aside for additional TLAB storage, which was required through this process. So there are several different options, I think, to look at. I think a little bit of time is all that's required. I think Mr. Palmer has issued, I think, some options to look at. So those are the options with Farm Paradise as we see them. Number 2, doubles the capacity of the on-site storage ponds and maintain higher water quality. As Mr. Austin mentioned, it'd be about $500,000 to double the amount of storage, but that water has value. And I didn't put this on here. Are there any accountants or mathematicians? If I could ask you to step outside. I did some pencil math, but basically, here's the rule of thumb. Effluent water in Texas, standard rate is about 1/3 the value of drinking water. Okay, so that's the market rate in general for Texas. Looking at Blanco's water rates, Ronnie, I saw in 2017 it was a $7 per thousand. That's probably the most recent. For folks in town, $10.50 for folks outside of town. So conservatively, I put this, let's say you can sell your water at $2 a gallon. Okay, that type 1 type effluent out of the new pond. Figure half of that goes away for debt service, administrative costs. Let's just say you're banking about $1 per 1,000 gallons of effluent that you sell. Well, at 200,000 gallons per day, which is a, kind of near future estimate, just to keep it round, you're looking at somewhere between $75,000 and $125,000 per year that the city could be netting in terms of their water sales. That goes a long way to debt service. That goes a long way to capital reinvestment. So somewhere in the $1 to $1.50 per 1,000 gallons. If you're, if you're a real water person, that comes out to somewhere around, $325 to $550 per acre foot that you're netting on your sales. So I think that's really important. The other thing that we learned meeting with Texas Water Development Board, we need to get a project information form in immediately to the Texas Water Development Board. Shovel-ready projects are those that are going to be prioritized for federal rescue and infrastructure funds. That money is, some of it's available already, some of that is coming down the pipe potentially with infrastructure funding. Other Clean Water State Revolving Fund programs are competitive, and they will prioritize those folks that are first on the list, especially when it comes to loan forgiveness and some of the green infrastructure loan forgiveness programs. So getting that project information form in the Texas Water Development Board is going to be something the city needs to do immediately, I would say, for any water and wastewater projects that you might have in the future. The other options you have, if you're under budget on your current Texas Water Development Board loan, which I think we might find out that you're not going to be, you can restructure or abandon, you restructure, so you can abandon or reconfigure the construction of the discharge pipeline. Now, I'm not sure what happens when you're way over budget on the Texas Water Development Board side. And in that case, that could open up another path where you're going to have to apply for a new loan anyway to kind of roll in some of these funds into the next fiscal year. So the big thing is that you can offset the cost by monetizing the sale of highly high-quality effluent water. Currently, I don't think there's any revenue coming in from sales. Is that right, Ronnie? So that would be a big priority, I think, for the city to realize that water has value. I think you know water has value, but it has this kind of value too. So marketing that water and obtaining agreements with more landowners, reinvest those revenues, as I mentioned, in passive savings on the Blanco residents or on capital costs. When you're getting these irrigation leases, and it looks like there's one that's right on the precipice right now, but and I think we see some of these components to it, sharing the cost of infrastructure, or even landowners providing a certain amount of infrastructure. We could start building that purple pipe to 281 that Aqua Strategies identified as you reach more and more customers with investment from partners. They're highly make sure those leases are reliable and account for contingencies, that they contain provisions to ensure irrigation practices are environmentally sound and subject to strict oversight. I think that the city and Mr. Palmer can attest to what happens when you've got problems with infrastructure on your property, and you can over irrigate, you can irrigate at the wrong time, flood, all these kind of things. So ensuring those kind of components in a lease agreement, and it will really help keep people honest and feel safe and good about those agreements. They would need to have stipulations for irrigation during winter months to minimize the need for additional storage, but also adverse impacts. We don't want to over irrigate in the winter months, and in some places you can't irrigate in winter months. That's where some of the storage comes in. But those stipulations must be there. Finally, it's got to meet all TCEQ requirements. And I think one of the most important things that the city could be doing as we move into the year is initiate a call for water. Get customers looking for you because it's there. Number 4, and this is our last recommendation, continue to support the task force with city representation and invest in phase 2 of One Water Pathway for the city of Blanco. We had proposed this previously to look at available studies and really look at the water supply and wastewater side, but I think right now we need to continue to see phase 1 through fruition. So I've added an additional task here to look that the task force could help support the city in the permitting, engineering, and financial considerations for that near-term wastewater management that will lead to a long-term solution. So in summary, pursue a phased Texas land application permit, double the capacity of on-site storage, market the water, and let's move on to phase 2. Let's see, I know I had something else noted down here to say. Too many papers. I need a bigger view size here. I mean, let's see. We have, I knew that was important. We have about $20,000 pledged right now toward phase 2 from the Meadow Center, Riverly Valley Watershed Association, National Wildlife Federation, and Protect Our Blanco. We looked at originally the study cost of about $25,000. I think it's going to cost about $50 or $60 to be done right. But we are well on our way. We pledged to bring resources. I'm happy to see some of those resources coming together. We'd ask for support from the city to see this thing through. We really hope and would offer any support to work with our Paradise to revise that settlement agreement in a way that can work for both the city. The other thing is that the Meadow Center would be willing to provide third-party monitoring on any of the effluents or in the stream. We're already doing Clean Rivers program, work on the Blanco River to monitor downstream of the discharge point. We could add, the outfall or any additional monitoring on the Far Paradise property to look at any kind of environmental impacts there. So with that, I want to thank you for your time and consideration. I know you have a long evening ahead. Final quote for you from our founding father, Ben Franklin. We will know the cost of water when the well runs dry. So keep that in mind. We don't want that to happen to Blanco. So let's keep that well flowing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you. We are going to move on to the staff presentations. And first we have the City Hall staff presentation by Ms. Kelly Kinsler.
Good morning, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So in June, we did the City Hall Essentials presentation for you, the very thorough one. And we do not have a presentation this evening. Just want to report that we're slowly working on the issues that we reported to you back in June. We also are delivering some of the receivables that you expect from the contract this evening. So this evening you will be getting the personnel manual, as you're aware, and then the rules of conduct and decorum, which I think specifically will really help the mayor in running meetings. So 2 of the deliverables will be printed tonight. You will have a final report from City Hall Essentials in August. Are there any questions for City Hall Essentials and what we're doing? Because I know I've been working in a different capacity also, but it's agendized City Hall Essentials. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ronnie Rodriguez with Public Works.
Mayor and Council, on your table, and maybe it's the packet, but you did get the printout as requested for the water and wastewater usage numbers. What I did is add in for the May and July, or May and June, I'm sorry. But if you'll notice on the second page, what I did add, because this is such a topic here lately, is our discharge. Monitor sample effluent results. I didn't know if there's any questions, but what we do have is a permitted discharge implementations that we're currently going off our 2015 permit through TCQ. And below, you'll see the subsequent discharge effluent sample results, all in milligrams per liter, top and bottom, with the substantial months that follow. I do have things to report on the water and wastewater systems, which are also agenda items as well. So I can skip that tonight in the interest of time, but didn't know if you had any questions for me at all regarding the report or anything since you've heard this evening so far. I'm getting a look.
I'm not going to ask any questions.
Uh-oh, okay. All right, well, thank you, members.
Thank you. And last, we have the police department, Chief Rubens.
Good evening, Mayor Council. You have my report in front of you. Numbers continue to trend upwards, so I believe it's, we're just capturing better data with the system that we're currently using. If you have any questions about the numbers, we have to answer those. Also, had numerous complaints about speeding traffic on 281. So I shifted some bodies around just before the summer until school starts. So you'll see someone dedicated to working traffic enforcement. So everybody here, let your friends know. On all the highways in the city, so 281, 165, and going the other way, 1603. So, there'll be everybody out there working traffic. So hopefully these numbers will continue to trend. If that's effective.
And I just want to clarify, these numbers include the Lavender Fest and any incidents during Lavender Fest?
We had no real reportable incidents during Lavender Fest.
Great.
So it was very good. And the other number too I wanted to point out is I've been here right at a year, and it's summertime. We're showing no juvenile contacts, and I'm not used to that. So that's very good. I appreciate that. And, good people. So, that's it. Questions? Too easy. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our consent agenda, and the following items may be acted upon in one motion. Number one, approval of minutes from the June 8th, 2021 regular city council meeting. Two, approval of minutes from the June 14th, 2021 special city council meeting. And three, approval of minutes from the June 22nd, 2021 special meeting and workshop.
Madam Mayor, I do have a correction on the June the 8th meeting. On page 3, under old business, item 2, it states that our city attorney, Brad Bullock, handed out to council members copies of articles with the Texas Water Development Board regarding rainwater harvesting. And I don't believe they were handed out. I think he has one copy. They were not copied or ever provided to council.
Okay. Are there any more comments?
I have none. Okay, I'm sorry. So, on the June the 22nd meeting, there's a typo under new business considerations, item 1, the second paragraph. Where we're addressing the builder's risk, the word insure is returned to change to insure.
What page is that?
It is on page 1 for the June the 22nd meeting under new business, second paragraph, third line, midline. Sure, we'll get it, okay? And that's all the comments I have.
Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items 1, 2, and 3 with the corrections noted.
We have a motion from Councilmember Smith to approve items 1, 2, and 3 with the recommendations made. Is there a second? Councilmember Barron has seconded the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor? The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to old business. If it's all right with the council, I would like to rearrange some of these items. Item number 1, I would like to move until after we discuss number 10 of new business. So if that's all right with everybody, I'm going to go to item number 2.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask that we move item 2 as well.
Okay.
We put that following number 10 or 11.
Okay, we will move old business number 1 and 2 until after new business number 10. So moving on, 3, discussion and possible action on collection, distribution, and usage of rainwater in the city of Blanco. Councilmember Smith, do you have any updates on that?
I do not. At this point, I'm going to challenge Brad. We had talked previously about him maybe helping us by developing some bullet points and let us go through that and draft an ordinance. After I went back through my notes and looks, I never had the copies of the information he gave previously. I don't know if that's warranted. We can see how Brad feels about this, but I'd like to see a draft ordinance and start working off that.
Brad, are you?
I can hear you. Well, hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to let me put the camera in the right way and look in the right direction. Hang on one second. Sorry. All right, that's a little better. I was having a tough time understanding everything you said, Councilman Smith. I know it's about an ordinance and something you want me to draft, or that's what I heard. I'm sorry. Could you repeat?
Sure, I'll be happy to, Brad. Thank you. I guess basically back on June the 8th, you had referenced some articles on rainwater collection, but we never got copies of it. And so what I'd like to do is I would still like to address this rainwater collection and distribution or use. And I'm looking for a sample ordinance, and I want to follow it's simple. But I'm looking for a sample ordinance from you that you could provide from another city or something of that nature that we could work off of and use that as a format and maybe add and subtract different, items from it.
Yes, sir. I can certainly get you.
Okay. Then there's no action at this time, Madam Mayor, but I would like to have Brad proceed and get that back to us for our next meeting.
I'll get you, Councilman, I'll get you those, I'll get you draft or sample ordinances, from other cities by the end of this week. So that way you've got ample time to review them and make any comments or anything in advance of the next meeting.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 4 is discussion and possible action on resolution adopting a development agreement policy. Councilmember Devine.
I don't have any updates on that at this point. It's definitely something that's just in the beginning phases of putting together. So no action.
Okay, moving on to number 5, discussion and possible action on approval of commissioners for the Blanco Historic Preservation Commission. Ms. Kinsler.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council. Sorry for my voice. Before you in your packet, you actually have the list of potential members for the commission that the group had decided upon at their meeting last week, I believe. So you have that in your packet. And all we would need would be a motion.
I can't find that list right now. I did have one point of discussion. Is it okay for me to speak on this right now?
Yeah, it's yours.
There was another applicant for the commission, Gail McClellan, who is someone who does have a pretty strong history in the community and in the county. And I really think that she would be an asset to the Historic Preservation Commission. So I would make a motion to approve that list with the edit of removing Jim Bunty and adding Gail McClellan to that list.
Councilmember Devine has made a motion to approve the list and edit, remove Jim Bunty and replace him with Gail McClellan. Is there a second?
I don't know if it's appropriate for me to make a second in this case, but I think in this instance, it would be be for the best good of the Historic Preservation Committee to make a change there, even if Gail McClellan is not the one that's appointed. I think we need to think very strongly about leaving the individual there on the recommended list.
So Mayor, you're just waiting for a second, if there is going to be a second. So if you don't have a second, your motion will die.
Okay,
If you don't have a
Matt,
second.
he does.
It does, okay.
Okay, I'll second.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
And Mayor, you probably want on the record, Councilor McClellan, I'm assuming you're abstaining from this vote?
Yes, I will abstain.
Thank you. Put that on the record.
The motion passes unanimously. Number 6, discussion and possible action on water restrictions, the drought. Councilmember Devine.
Yes. The attorney had asked that we draft this in the form of a resolution, so I did pass one out to each of y'all. A resolution of the City of Blanco adopting a water restriction policy, making finding of fact and providing for related matters. Whereas the City of Blanco provides water supply and wastewater services to its citizens through the City of Blanco Public Works and Utilities. And whereas Canyon Lake Water Service Company is at this time the sole supplier of water to the City of Blanco, be it resolved that the City of Blanco Public Works and Utilities shall adopt and impose the same water restrictions, if any, that Canyon Lake Water Service Company implements on its customers, and maintain identical water restrictions for as long as they remain in place. This policy shall govern water restrictions for the City of Blanco at any time that Canyon Lake Water Service Company is the sole supplier of water to the City of Blanco Public Works and Utilities, and for the full duration of the exclusive service. Severability of any clause or portion of a clause in this resolution is considered invalid under state law. It shall be regarded as stricken while the remainder of this resolution shall continue into full effect. All this is saying basically is that we follow Canyon Lake's lead. When they put water restrictions in place, since they're our sole provider, that we follow that lead and also implement those. So.
Do I hear a motion?
Or you, go ahead, I'm sorry.
My motion is that we adopt this resolution as just read.
Councilmember Devine has motioned to accept the resolution, and Councilmember Barron has second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Number 7, discussion and possible action on placement of trash receptacles on city roads and or in public right-of-ways.
Great, this was a prior item that I asked, and I'm going to ask that it continue to be on the agenda until it's resolved. I have spoken with the chief. He is working on it now. Unless you've got another update, I'm satisfied, Chief.
So I guess it was moved from where it originally was. It's in the grass now, to the right. So the road is dirt and there's a grass patch to the right, closer to the fence under that tree. So yesterday it was out of the dirt area onto the grass.
Okay.
So that's yesterday, but you know, we talked to the company, I think. So from when I originally looked at it to now, it's in a different location. but I think it will probably be an ongoing issue because I doubt we're getting the same driver every time. So it's something we're just gonna have to keep an eye on and make sure it doesn't repeat back.
All right. Well, then I'm not asking for an action at this time, and I appreciate the update on it. And I'll probably ask that it be on the agenda again, and until it stabilizes, and then we'll be done with it. All right. Thank you, Chief. Thanks for your help.
We are going to move on to new business. Item number 1 is discussion and possible action on approval of the 2020-2021 fiscal year audit. Ms. Kinsler.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Council. So Mr. Neffendorf has already gone over the financial statements with you. The only thing, there's really nothing for me to do. You already heard it. The only thing that as a city, we need to pay attention to is page 55 and 56. And those are your material weaknesses. And I've never seen the first material weakness ever in an audit. You just kind of put everything into one finding. But rest assured that I believe with Linda on staff that you will have a much better looking audit next year as far as the material weaknesses go. And so really the only thing that you need to do now is accept and approve the audit so that we can get it out to appropriate parties.
Do I hear a motion?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the 2021 fiscal year audit as presented.
Councilmember Smith has made a motion to approve the 2021 fiscal year audit. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember McClellan has seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I just have a quick question. Are we not like months behind our legal requirement to have our audit recorded?
Mayor, Councilor Barron, you are behind. What will happen this year is your budget will end September 30th. Towards the end of October, beginning of November, we try to get auditors in here and we start sharing all the information with them at that time. So typically in a well-run Texas city, you as a body should be receiving the audit information into January, sometime in February. You're very behind on the audit, but the important thing is that it's done, that we have a little bit of a picture as to where you are. Although this is where you were as of September 30th last year, don't forget that. But you also have material weaknesses and findings that desperately need to be worked on, and we will certainly already are beginning to do that.
Thank you.
All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Moving on, number 2 is the discussion and possible action on the lift station site location to include approval to move forward with the archaeological survey as required by THC for the city of Blanco's Tex CDBG contract number 7220040. And I believe Councilmember Smith.
I'm going to recuse myself, Madam Mayor, due to a possible conflict.
Okay.
And I believe it'll be presented.
Madam Mayor, I'll present it when you're ready. You ready?
Go ahead.
Did I hand you one of these, by the way? I think I left you out. Sorry.
Here, I'll get one. Here.
Thank you.
I thought it was supposed to be bigger.
So I'm going to take a quick stab at this one because I understand it and because Councilmember Smith is rightfully recusing himself from this this matter. So the map that I gave you in front of you, if you look at the green, lime green site, that's where your existing lift station is right now. And I don't know if it's parallel to, it's not parallel to the creek, but it's not a lot higher elevation than the creek bottom is, or the top of the creek water. So what we're proposing, what we're looking at doing is a land acquisition, possibly at no cost to the city. If you look back there where 5th Street is, the yellow is where the new lift station would be located, and city staff could actually gain access from 5th Street through the back of the property and access that new lift station. So what we need to do in order to do this, so first of all, when we were looking at a different site for the lift station or a different piece of the property, it was a little bit lower. And when Tom Turk got involved, he saw the benefit, rightfully so, of moving it. I don't know what direction that is, I'm sorry, directionally challenged in Blanco still, but moving it closer towards Live Oak Street. And because it was actually going to raise the elevation, I think by 4 or 5 feet is what he said. So maybe even another 6 feet. So that is the proposed location to do a new lift station. And what you heard the mayor talking about the archaeological study, which really needs to be the focus here tonight. And there's pictures that Ronnie's putting up there of the current lift station. But the archaeological study is required under THC for the city of Blanco's CDBG grant. And there's the contract number in there in your handouts. So in order for us to move forward to do something like this with the CDBG grant, we would need to ask your permission in obtaining an archaeological study so that we could move forward with the process. We still need to get the application in. And the other thing that's important to know about this is that if we use CDBG grant funds and they weren't quite enough, we also have American Rescue Program funds coming, which I will apply for by August 2nd or 4th, whatever the deadline is. And then further infrastructure grant will be released sometime in the fall. So I feel pretty comfortable thinking that this is going to be paid for. But in the meantime, what we're proposing to do is the landowner would actually deed the land right there in the yellow in the surrounding area to the city of Blanco so that we could build a new lift station. And then the landowner would buy the existing lift station acreage right there that the city currently owns for market value or above. So on the outside looking in, it looks like a great deal to me. But we do need an archaeological study. And Mr. Turk asked me earlier why. And as I read through this packet, it's very clear as to why that archaeological dig is required under the guidelines of the Texas CDBG grant. And a contract that we're in.
From what I understand, we have a grant for 300 and something thousand, but it was going to be, I talked to Ronnie some, it was going to be a Band-Aid basically for this. So this would be a much better solution from everybody I'm talking to. So we're ready for a motion.
Mayor, Council, I think it's a great solution. And moving it further towards Live Oak Street, whatever direction that is, uphill, great. What is it? Northwest, that way.
Ronnie, do you have any comments, or I know we had a conversation.
I hope that you've all been to the site, seen the site, or at least enough pictures or such. Primarily what we're doing, looking it out of the front like everything else, it is. It's great.
Yeah.
No, I
Okay, but I mean, in your opinion, it's
in my opinion, it would be the best way to spend those funds, to utilize those funds. That way we get more stability and longevity out of those funds versus what they were primarily going for. So definitely.
So with that, you ready for?
Ready for a motion?
So I'll make a motion to approve an archaeological, I said it a little easier, survey at the location selected by our city engineer.
Council member or Mayor Pro Tem Sauceda has made a motion to go forward with the archaeological survey Is there a second?
May I just say one thing about the motion? Can you say the archaeological survey as required in the CDBG contract? I think that's one more time.
Archaeological survey as required by the
Required by this Texas CDBG contract.
Texas.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Barron seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Councilmember Smith has abstained. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously.
What is that noise?
Something's back, Sadie.
Moving on, number 3, discussion and possible action on appointing intern city administrator. So Ms. Kinsler has been acting as our administrative consultant.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have more, or does anybody?
I do know that. I've been acting as your administrative consultant, you're right, and we're just about finished with that. It's just trying to get the reports and everything done now. And I don't remember which council person it was first, but expressed an interest in possibly doing interim city manager for the city of Blanco. So if that's something that you're interested in, I guess we probably need to move forward with that.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we appoint Kelly Kinsler as our interim city manager at the end of the contract, that she can continue on.
We have a motion from Councilmember Barron to appoint Kelly Kinsler as the interim city administrator. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Smith has seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Budget-wise and money-wise, you know, we have a contract.
So Mayor, Council, I did send a sample contract to the city attorney earlier today. I don't know if he's had a chance to look at it or not, but what we can do is because you guys obviously have not seen the contract yet. And so what we can do is just have a special meeting. What do you think, Brad? Brad? I can't hardly talk.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Barely.
Yeah, just you're.
All right. I'll yell. So I've just had a moment to look at the contract and it looks fine. I think it will be fine, but I agree that a special meeting to approve it would be appropriate so that you guys can have it and we can have the full opportunity to look at it, because again, this only came up late this afternoon and we just haven't had a chance to really fully vet it. So.
And when we have a budget workshop
On the 20th.
next Tuesday, so we could add it as part of that agenda. I mean, because it should be.
Mayor Pro Tem Sestero, absolutely. Yeah, we can do that. So we'll add it to the agenda on the 21st. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First and a second, though, we have to still have.
Yeah.
We have a motion.
They still have a motion on the floor.
So now what happens to that motion? Well, what happens to that motion? Do we amend the motion to wait until after we see the contract?
Well, can't we go ahead and approve and then we'll finalize the contract here at the next, one of our workshops? Okay.
Yeah, I would not expect anybody to approve the contract. You haven't seen it yet.
Right.
Okay, well, then the motion stands
Well, what's the motion? Oh,
to hire Ms. Kinsler
without any specifics.
is the interim city manager.
Would you like to say, instead of hire Ms. Kinsler, why don't you say enter into contract negotiations with Ms. Kinsler?
Okay.
That's
I think
what I was going to suggest.
Yeah.
Okay, do we need to amend the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I'd like to amend the motion as it stands now to be inclusive of enter into contractual negotiations with Ms. Kunstler for interim city manager.
Okay, Councilmember Smith has amended the motion to make it, to enter into a contract negotiation with Ms. Kinsler.
Okay.
Second.
Councilmember Barron has seconded. Any further discussion?
Just got one question. You said city manager. I don't know if there's a difference in city
No, I'm
manager.
sorry, there is. It's administrative.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
I don't know. I'm not trying to be
In my era, that amend that. So there.
You're right.
Okay.
So another amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Smith has made an amendment to the amendment to make it, we are gonna enter a contract negotiation with Ms. Kinsler as the interim city administrator. Is there a second?
There still is. Yes.
Councilmember Barron has seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I'm going to move items 4, 5, and 6 to the end and skip ahead to item number 7, if that is okay with council. So item 7 is discussion and possible action on approving amendment to the MUD policy resolution number 2021 R003. Councilmember Barron, you have information for us.
When we, I don't know if this is on or not. When we did our, it's not. Is it on? Oh, thank you. When we originally adopted this resolution, there was only about an hour to look at it. So I didn't have time to really go through it in great detail. But once I did, there was a provision in here that was of concern to me. And that was language that said that that the city, it provided that the city will be the sole water, wastewater provider for the MUD. And granted, this is simply a matter of policy, but to make it our policy that we are going to take on that kind of obligation or attempt always to take on that kind of obligation was frightening to me because we have no idea what the volume might be. And yet I would still like for the city to have an opportunity to, in essence, have the first right of refusal if a MUD does move into the area and approaches the city, that we have an opportunity to evaluate it, but decide whether we will or will not assume that responsibility. So I wanted to amend that resolution to take the language out stating that the city, provide that the city will be the sole water, wastewater provider for the MUD, and replace it with language that requires, that would say the MUD would seek water and or wastewater service from the city. And if the city at its sole discretion cannot or will not provide such service, then provide viable alternatives for meeting the MUD's water and or wastewater requirements that do not place at risk the short or long-term reliability of the city's water, wastewater supply, or its effective management thereof. So in translation, the MUD has to come to us. We don't have to provide it to them. We can decide whether we feel we can. And if we feel we can't, we want the MUD to provide to us information about how they're going to meet those needs in a way that won't put our city's needs in jeopardy. So I make a motion that we make this amendment to our original resolution, and I don't have the resolution number in front of me. Oh, there it is. Resolution number 2021-R-003.
Councilmember Barron has made a motion to amend the ordinance as presented for ordinance or for resolution R 2021 R003. Is there a second?
I would second.
I beat you to it.
Councilmember Devine has seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I would just like to hear Brad, if Brad's looked at it or and everything.
I have the same question. I'd like to hear Brad's comment if he's reviewed it.
I have not previously seen it. I think if what I heard was the recitation of the entire amendment, then I don't think I have a problem with it. But not having seen it and just having heard it for the first time a moment ago, it's hard, it's hard to do that off the hip just from having heard it.
And I apologize. I'm sorry. I had asked that this be sent to you about 2 weeks ago. So
Well, I apologize. If I missed it, then I apologize. Could you just read it one more time?
Sure. What I did, Brad, is I struck out the language, provide that the city will be the sole water wastewater provider for the mud. That would be deleted, and it would be replaced with the following language. Seek water and or wastewater service from the city, and if the city at its sole discretion cannot or will not provide such service, then provide viable alternatives for meeting the MUD's water and or wastewater requirements that do not place at risk the short or long-term reliability of the city's water wastewater supply or its effective management thereof.
I think that that's fine, because ultimately, because this is a resolution and an articulation, excuse me, of policy, that on a case-by-case basis, if the city wanted to decide that for this particular mud application, for whatever reason, it was in your interest to require that you be the sole provider, you could do that. And if on the next application you determine in that instance it's not in your best interest to do that, then you could do that as well. So the policy itself is simply an articulation of guidelines to follow, but that the city may adopt or choose not to follow if you have a good reason not to. So I think it's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Moving on, discussion and possible action to consider and or act on the Blanco Water Task Force recommendations.
Well, first I would like to just speak to my experience being on the task force and being a part of it, that it's been a really tremendous educational opportunity for me. I feel like the city really benefited from having partners in the area who brought money to the table to do this for our benefit and for the benefit of our citizens. And for that, I'm really grateful to the task force and to the partners that brought that money to do this study. I think it's very comprehensive. They worked really hard on it and came up with a solution that hopefully can not only keep the Blanco as pristine as possible, given the onslaught of what we have challenging it, but also from a fiscal point of view, first and foremost, hopefully keep the city out of litigation about this. And secondly, as Nick pointed out, shifting some of that effluent to a resource that's going to provide money for the city. I think that there's a lot of wins in here, and I'm looking forward to cooperating with Mr. Palmer in possibly him being able to take some of that with some security measures in place that are going to protect him and his property. I think we've got a lot of wins here, and I'm actually very excited about it. So that's what I have to say. I hope that this is something that we can adopt this evening.
Could I ask one question of either Nick or I just wanted to clarify on the recommendations, if I could. When you're talking about getting to type 1 water, do you get to type 1 water by making those modifications using the alum and retrofitting is that what takes it to a type 1 water level, that recommendation? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a modern wastewater treatment plant, as you know, and it actually produces type 1 water right now.
Okay.
The challenge is maintaining that type 1 water. So if you discharge it into a pond that's not lined and there's that turbidity that gets up and potentially algal growth, it rapidly is no longer type 1 water. So the challenge is keeping it type 1. And you can do that with a lined pond or some sort of tank, maybe with some chlorine, but yeah, that's the goal.
So what was the purpose then of one of the things that you were looking at? I just want to understand that had to do with retrofitting the treatment plant, and you were removing some other chemical stuff, and I can't remember. So
yeah, so there's an opportunity to remove more of the nutrients and make that water quality even better, that therefore allows or provides more opportunities for use of that reclaimed water for other purposes.
Okay,
so that would be the purpose of doing it.
So we could sell it now for irrigation, or it could be used for land application, but it wouldn't be without that treatment. It wouldn't be something that would be used on golf courses. I'm trying to understand how much more that expands to the customers.
Yeah, it's complicated, but if you're able to maintain that type 1 water, yes, you can use it on golf courses. You can use it on hay fields, ball fields, that kind of stuff, if you're able to maintain that type 1 water. If there's other potential uses for that water, where you need it to be cleaner, less nutrients, maybe some industrial processes, then you would want to provide some additional treatment to that water, like the biological nutrient removal process.
Thank you. That's what I wondered, is the bang for the buck, cost benefit, who the additional customers would be to go beyond the additional treatment down the line. And I get that's a medium, it's a ways down the road to look at that, but I just wanted to understand since you were here.
It just is something that it shouldn't be done right now, but as you find other opportunities or other people are interested in that water, there may be some need to remove the nutrients in order to make it more sellable.
Thank you.
And I have a question also. I can't remember the name of the thing that we could retrofit in that would take the more nutrients out. That's something that we can also move into phase 2. Is that correct? That's something that, is not really necessarily a part of the phase 1.
That's correct. I think that was the alum that is added to reduce the phosphorus that in the biological.
The other thing, the B and something.
Yeah. You can retrofit the clarifier with biological nutrient removal.
Yes.
And it's basically an upgrade there. Cost about $200,000, would help reduce the nutrients at the front end of that wastewater treatment process. And we originally looked at that primarily with the goal of providing additional treatment to that wastewater so it could be discharged.
Right.
But I think it's a low-cost solution for reducing nutrients if you've got a buyer that needs water with lower nutrient load.
Right.
So that's the reason that it's there.
And so when we're looking at adopting these task force recommendations for tonight, though, is that something that, we can we can move that into phase 2, basically. Is that?
Let me comment on that, Councilmember Devine. I think that in the task force recommendations are, they're listed at the summary at the very end, those 4 items. They do not note specifically the BNR work.
Okay.
You
Okay,
could,
great.
you could vote to accept the study, the Aqua strategy study, as just accepting the study that could guide further use. But the task force recommendations are those 4 that I spoke of this evening. So the BNR could definitely be part of that phase 2 in terms of the task force recommendations.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, that's good. I was looking at your 6 recommendations and that I got confused about what we were adopting tonight. Thank you. So those 4 on the last page.
Yes, I should have clarified. We boiled those 6 recommendations from the port into 4 from the task force.
Thank you.
So I do have a couple of, I guess, legal questions. I know we have it on the executive session, that it would be nice to, in regards to the agreement with Mr. Palmer and so I would prefer to talk with Brad before we go on a vote on this. I'm not sure how anybody else feels about that.
Well, and I've got another item too. I'd like to hear from our city engineer, Tom, and have his comments on this. I mean, if we're going to tell him what to do, I'd like to hear his opinion before we tell him.
And we have his written opinions.
Do you want my opinion on a specific thing or the whole report?
Well, I mean, I guess right now we're looking at, it's on the agenda to discuss possible action and consider to act on the Blanco Water Reclamation Task Force recommendations. And I guess my opinion is I'm really hats off to all the work that's gone into this. And I think it sets some exceedingly aggressive goals, and I'd like to see us meet all of them. But I don't know personally that withdrawing our current application or permit application or modifying it would be to our benefit at this time. But I think that I would like to see our end result get there. Yes.
All right. Nick, is it possible to put your recommendations up on the screen? That's one way I could.
Or I can hand you down.
There we go.
Would that work? Those are the 4 that they've, oh, there we go.
Well, while they're getting that up, let me just say in general that the study and the recommendations that the task force brought forward were generally very good and generally consistent with our overall approach. I think there's 2 areas of notable differences that I would like to talk about. One is the issue of TLAP. A TLAP is basically a land application permit. You as the permittee would have to go out and acquire land, have it studied, do engineering to submit a permit application, which is a very costly process, but it's generally a process for lower quality land application of effluent, lower than you currently produce. Right. Yeah. What we did as a matter of strategy is say to ourselves, the discharge point for your effluent is at the wall of the bullseye unit. And at that point you have at the wall of the treatment unit, the bullseye unit.
Right.
At that point you have a very high quality 210 effluent that you are currently permitted to not only use yourself, but to distribute to other potential reuse customers. Okay. Once it comes out of that wall and into the ponds, as the gentleman before me mentioned, you lose the quality very quickly. It's no longer 210 water. But at that point, the city of Blanco becomes its own customer. All right. And under that, you don't have to apply for a TLAP. You are a customer of yourself and you are allowed to apply that effluent, store that effluent under 210 rules, which means you can do an awful lot with it. Okay. That was a strategy that was, came out of our discussion with TCEQ a year or two ago before we actually submitted the permit. Okay. TLAP requires monthly reporting, annual studies, administrative costs, and it's a costly system to operate. And if you can avoid some of that, you're saving the city money. Furthermore, in our permit, we have an effluent management plan, which calls for exactly what the task force is calling for. We're going to go out and we're going to acquire reuse customers. Right? We're going to ask them to compensate us if we can get some revenue out of them, and in turn, we'll give them water that they can store and apply in a way that they see fit. But of course, in the context of the 210 rules. But so we're on the exact same page when it comes to going out and acquiring reuse customers. And again, there were a lot of similarities. I think we're on the same page when it comes to. So I think it's really important for you to understand the difference between handling 210 reclaimed water, which virtually there's hardly any regulations, opposed to a TLAP, which is a highly regulated and costly operation. Okay.
Can you
Question?
speak to, when you say costly, can you give me some point of reference for the difference between them as far as what the cost would be?
Well, the cost is yearly reporting requirements. The cost is annual soil studies and all the TCEQ regulations that go with it. If you are land applying 210 effluent, you have virtually none of that. So,
But do we know, do you have a dollar amount of what that is?
I do not. No.
A ballpark?
I don't.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Trying to give you a number you can use. I just don't have one.
Yeah.
But know that land applying effluent doesn't have any of those costs when you do it under a 210 scenario.
Tom, could you generate us and get us some numbers that would be approximate to answer her question? Not tonight. I mean, you understand, but in the near future.
Sure. So before I move on to another point, I just want to make sure everybody understands that distinction.
Yes.
It provides a flexibility because under a 210 scenario, I don't have to tell TCEQ along with my permit where those properties are and where the ponds are going to be. That's something I have the flexibility to add to the system as time goes on, as your needs to treat effluent increase. You have that flexibility. Under the TLAP, if you have to add another field for irrigation purposes, that's permit amendment. It's more permitting and time and engineering and studies. Okay, so what we have in the permit, I believe, is what you are looking for in terms of land application, but it's a better plan because it's cheaper to do and it affords you flexibility over time to expand that system without having to go through a lot of TCEQ regulations. So I think we have a better plan. That's all. They've come up with a very good one. I think we just have a better one.
So I'm really confused now. So is the permit that we're looking at now, is what makes it different then? Because it sounds like what I'm hearing is you're saying, well, we could do all the things we wanted to do with the permit application we have now, except that the permit application we have now still requires a discharge site, and that's the sticking point. Is that true? I mean, is it really the same thing? It's one is the same thing with no regulation or less regulation and a discharge site. The other one is no discharge site, but more regulation.
Your question
for
is
the
a
application.
great segue into the discussion about the discharge route. The discharge route across Mr. Palmer's property down to the Blanco River is not a requirement. Okay, there are plenty of cities that have land application operations that do not have a discharge route. Okay, we have a discharge route for a couple of reasons. Number one, Mr. Palmer is downstream of your plant. Something goes wrong, the water is going to go across his plant to the Blanco River. Over time, the city did discharge across his property. He was damaged. There was a lawsuit, and that lawsuit was dismissed, and there was a settlement agreement. And the city of Blanco, Mr. Palmer agreed that they would do certain things. And one of those things is to build a pipeline so that if something does happen at the plant, that the water can legally pass through his property through a pipeline underground that he doesn't want to see to the Blanco River. That's what we agreed to do. That is not a requirement of TCEQ. It's not a requirement of a land application system. It is something the city chose to do. And if you got I hope you got my letter. I'm not sure if everybody got the letter that I wrote.
I have.
You know, there's some good reasons to have an outfall line, and I understand that there are some people that are vehemently against that. I understand. I get it. You know, when I get on an airplane and I fly to Dallas from San Antonio, I take comfort to know that there's a runway in Austin and then there's a runway in Waco. And if something bad happens, we got a place to land. That's what this outfall is all about. You build a land application system. It's a series of ponds. It's a series of application areas. It's a series of reuse customers out there. And if something extreme happens, whether it be heavy rains in June, a week of freezing temperatures in late February, a problem at the plant, there's a way for that effluent to leave the plant and go legally across somebody's land into the Blanco River. We hope that never happens. Okay, it's a discharge of what we call last resort. It's the same approach that Stripping Springs has taken. I understand from an environmental point of view, it's not the best outcome for the Blanco River. But, you know, all things said, it's a reasonable compromise. A high percentage of the treated effluent from the plant never make it to the Blanco River. Very high percentage. I can't tell you exactly what that number is. Very high percentage. And we don't want, and I say we, the city of Blanco doesn't want any effluent to go to the Blanco River either. That's a choice that the city council made when we decided to submit this permit. We hope it never happens. But you know what? There's some very distinct realities out there that we have to deal with. Ronnie has to deal with it every day. And the fact of the matter is, in mid-July, when it's usually 103 and 50% humidity, we're now faced with humidity of 90 degrees, and it's still raining. We have unusual weather patterns. It happens. It's a reality. And I really liked the recommendation that we build the more storage, because that's the whole key to this thing. The more storage you can have, the more reliable your system is, and the less likelihood, the less risk that you'll discharge. I love that recommendation. Let's build it as soon as we can, because Ronnie could really use it. Okay, let's find a place for it and let's build it. I couldn't agree. And that's in the permit. It says in the permit, we're going to need additional storage as we go into the future, and we'll build it when we need it. These guys, they just said, hey, let's build it here, and here's the price. Wonderful. We have a good piece of information. So again, we're much more aligned
then we are in disagreement. I don't know if you got, I think everybody got my letter.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember what other argument I made to Gary, can you?
I'm still confused about the difference between, I'm trying to understand if the
210 and TLAP?
Yes,
Yeah,
the
okay.
difference between a 210 and a TLAP. I'm trying to understand that. It's,
okay.
And so that's what I'm still
Okay.
confused about.
So let me.
If the discharge line has nothing to do with it and we don't need to have a permit to discharge in order to do it, and that's a separate issue, then I'm still trying to figure out the difference.
So the difference between 210 water and treated effluent. 210 water is treated to a much higher standard, enabling you to use it in a lot more places, especially where there is typical human contact, like a park or golf courses, or places like that. You can't do that with treated effluent. Okay. And in the case specifically of the city of Blanco today, once that water leaves the plant, goes into the pond, it's basically no longer 210 effluent. It's regular effluent, and you currently apply it under a TLAP permit. Is that correct? Yes. Yeah, the one that's been in place since 2015. Okay. So it's, yeah, so it's now a lower quality water. And it's interesting, in the task force recommendation, they recommend increase in alum, which is just a chemical that cleans up the water, and then the BNR, which is another clarifier. It's basically treatment after it's been treated. Okay. What we say in the permit is that we're going to add water storage tanks as we need them, as we bring on reuse customers, because an enclosed water storage tank, much like the one you have at the water treatment plant, once that water goes in there, it stays high quality. It's not exposed to the atmosphere. Leaves don't get in it, dirt doesn't get in it, the sunlight doesn't get to it, so it stays high quality. And then your 210 customers, your reuse customers, can draw water out of that tank whenever they need it. Now, the problem with a tank is they're kind of expensive and they're relatively low volume of storage. And your plant produces water on a very even rate throughout the day. When a rancher or a farmer hits that switch and wants your water, suck it dry really fast. So you have to really pay attention to your reuse customers, their demands, and you have to have a pumping and storage tank on your side of things which match those. So two different approaches to basically the same problem.
Here's my concern or my question, and I have several, but Mr. Palmer's he's getting water on his land now. I mean, it's running on his land. I can see pictures of it. So where's it coming from? Is it coming because the ponds are overflowing, in which case building that discharge line isn't going to save your land? That's what worries me. So I'm looking at this going, okay, if it's ponds overflowing, how's the discharge pipe going to protect that? If it's over irrigation and oversaturation and runoff, the discharge line isn't going to save it. If we're discharging intentionally, okay, then we're releasing it. It should go where it's going, should stay in that underground pipeline and should end up at the river. But my concern is, if we're not doing that now, if we are not intentionally discharging, where's the water coming from that's on his land and running into the river? And if it's coming from one of those other two situations, then investing in his money and our money and digging that line is not going to save what's going on there. Are we sure we really know the problem with how that water is getting on his property and running into the river now? And are we sure that that very pipeline discharge route is the solution to that even? I mean, that's sort of phase number one to me.
There are Sure, go right ahead.
I would have to agree that the discharge pipe area that's down, talking about it, but would take care of every one of the problems.
Okay.
There's water. There's water going across Mr. Palmer's property. He showed you pictures.
Ronnie, would you speak into the mic?
Sorry, I thought I was loud enough. Storage of this water. Wait, let me get my notes. One thing to remember, and let's go back from the start. We need to understand that the city of Blanco spent millions of dollars on a discharge only plant. Let me say that again. Discharge only plant. That's what was approved. That's what was built. That's what was designed. And that's what we did. We did that starting October 2nd of 2018. We put that new wastewater treatment plant online and started treating that water to 210 reuse standards, which it is very hard. And it's also very hard to understand what's irrigation versus watering. What is TLAP versus just irrigating 210? I get sidetracked on it and I get twisted and stuff as well. But let's remember the facts. We created a discharge permit only plant. After 12 to 14 months of straight discharge, council gave us the direction to say, hey, let's not discharge anything anymore. Let's use this irrigation equipment. Let's keep the water out of the river. Heck yeah, we're going to do that. That's what we want to do too. So we took decommissioned irrigation property, pipes, fittings, pumps, whatever the case. The city put a bunch of money back into it. We started doing this. Well, we've been irrigating now for 19 months. No, I had that wrong. Yes, 19 months of irrigation. So we went 9 months before the task force was able to come in and help us. I'm very thankful for it because now we've got a conglomeration of people who really know and we all share the same passion of keeping this water out of the river. As your public works director for the city of Blanco, we should never want to put water in the river intentionally. But I do have to agree with, Freelancer, Tom Turk, that it is a lifeline. It is a safety net. It is a something or other. We've worked and spent all this time and everything else getting to this point to turn around and just fall back on it now. Where I agree that it would help, right now we're storing water in series of ponds. These ponds were turned into storage ponds where they were used to be, in fact, the lagoons, they were actually part of the initial treatment process of the original plant in 1963. That we didn't upgrade until we went back online in 2018 with a different treatment process. So now we're storing this water. If we had a discharge route and those ponds did get too much, we're storing way too much water, we'd have a way to get rid of that water. You know what I mean? We wouldn't be storing to where the point they overflow. We would have an outlet for some more of that water, not saying that it would, we try to use it or not. I'm telling you now, with 19 months of irrigation, right now only is the closest we've ever come to actually having to no choice other than to maybe discharge because of the rains and stuff that we've had. I can let these pictures roll if you'd like to see them. It's up to you. All you're really going to see on this, again, I'm not calling anybody out and saying that this is after 3 inches of recorded rain at our water treatment plant. This is the discharge route. What people fail to understand is that discharge route is the primary drainage for the entire property that the city of Blanco owns. This is water going down Mr. Palmer's property. I'm telling you all now, that's water leaving our site, going to Mr. Palmer's property, but is not by way of our overflow of our ponds, which is dry there. And it's also, again, overflow, but it's also not by way of discharge. As you will see when the pictures come, of course, we got close to overflow, natural rainwater, all the drainage there. This is a discharge route. Yes, we have an agreement, but the big failure to understand here is this discharge route is the natural waterway for any water or rain that falls on that property. So when you get water on your property, there's our discharge point. Next picture show you just how close we were. You can see a little bit of pipe in there. Now, how did we know no water got to the river? Because that's a cascade aerator, which means the water has to come back up another 12 to 14 inches before it even hits the pipeline to go down the discharge route, which is right there in the rocks, and it is dry. No, look, dry discharge route. That's the upside of our discharge route. These are our ponds showing that we still had ample storage. I'll let these go through since that's where the attention's at, I'm sorry. showing ample storage in the ponds. We're utilizing this to come up. We did see a high influx of water due to infiltration and inflow in our wastewater system. So we're storing a lot more rainwater than we normally do. But this is all going on, Mr. Palmer, while you have water going across your property. I'm showing you pictures of water. That's our discharge route. What you can see there is the grass matted down. If we go back, again, this is 3 inches of recorded rain in a 48-hour period. You can see the grass matted down on our discharge route. Not from our water. Not from an intentional discharge or an overflow, but nothing more that could be considered rain flowing through. And I've got plenty more wash out of the road. Right across this fence to Mr. Palmer's property. We get a good heavy rain out there, water's gonna flow right out of ours, right under his fence and into his side. Another wash out of the roadway. The water that lands into this roadway and washes out this roadway comes in what is the city of Blanco discharge route. Wash out. All of this water that flows through here ends up on our discharge route flowing through Mr. Palmer's property. So I will not sit down here and say we don't have water. There it is. That's the lower end of the discharge route. And it's got, but I've showed you, these are all pictures taken the same day. And I'd love to take anybody out there who wants to go check this stuff out. We don't have a reported overflow. We did have a slight overflow due to a rain, which we're allowed to do through our 210 reuse authorization since 2018. But the reports that we had in-house showed that that was less than 1,000 gallons of water. And we isolated that tank. The tank had to come up. I thought it was closer to 1.5 inches. The guys measured it, said, hey, it's got to come up 2 inches before it goes over the overflow. You saw the overflow, which was just a small little concrete area. It was trickling over until we kicked on the guns, maybe oversaturated. I'm not saying we didn't. No, the ground was already wet, but it's either we let the pond overflow or we throw the irrigation equipment on it. We try to scatter it out. And that point, yes, there's more runoff. A discharge route a discharge pipeline to the river would ensure that this does not flow on your property when we're stuck in June, July, having as much rain as we are, where our ponds are at up to 96 capacity, which I let you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, know last week. Like, if we get any more rain, we could be potentially overflowing and such, which it didn't happen this past weekend. Made sure guys were out there checking on it and such. These next few pictures you're going to see where this is lower on the discharge route where water, we hadn't irrigated since July 1st. Pictures were taken on July 3rd. And this, or July 5th, after the 2 days worth of rain. And this is water percolating out of the ground. We have the same issues you do. Everybody wants this water at the wastewater treatment. Oh, it's pristine, it's 210, it's this and that, whatever. But what am I supposed to do with it? We've got to come up with something. And I mean, and I know I enjoy the task force. I think we did it. We did a great job. There's a bunch of great information there. But I cannot let go that this safety net of a discharge route, even whether if it's intentional, if it's accidental, and again, I hope to never use it, but at the cost that we've concluded with Mr. Palmer that it's going to cost the city X amount of dollars, it's still a heck of a deal. But it would ensure that we don't have issues, that we don't have, whether it's rain runoff or whatever the case, running down Mr. Palmer's property. So when you say, how would it help? We would have an outlet to let go of water. I discussed it with task force to say, well, why don't we allow the task force tell us what flood conditions of the river are? Everybody loves the Blanco River. I love the Blanco River myself. It's pristine, it's beautiful, but I'm not going to jump in it when it's flowing 5 foot over the dam. You know, nobody's going to be enjoying the river when it's muddy and nasty. And, you know, we pull cars out of our city lakes. Just tell me what the flood conditions are where I would be able to release that water when the river is, you know, useless to any other means other than getting rid of drainage water. So, but I do feel like the pipeline, as bad as it sounds, I'm sorry, I know it. Again, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth because I don't never want to try to use it, but it's a safety net. You know, my analogy to it to ensure anybody is, you know, TxDOT builds highways through the mountains. They cut the mountains, they grade the roads, they do this, but they still leave that truck runoff just in case somebody's brakes fail and this and that. Now, pray to God you never have to use it. You're driving through the mountains, you lose your brakes, you lose something, whatever the case, there's that rollaway for trucks to be able to land on. That's all this would be, is nothing more than a safety net. No, with the pipeline, this is going to capture the runoff, but if there was water coming out of a pipe, then that's an intentional discharge, that's a tank overflow, whatever the case may be from there. Now, we're going to build a pipeline. I don't know if we're going to, if the ditch is going to get filled in, Mr. Palmer. I don't know what your plans is from there. Will we? Sure. No, sir. Right.
So let me just try to follow you here. You're showing me water all over his land. And that's runoff. That's just the natural flow of the rain. That's
Right.
not any kind of discharge from our plant.
The only thing that we've had in the last, I believe this overflow, I'd have to go back to the report, but I was the one that found it. I was the one that saw it. I got pictures to record it and stuff from there. But when you see that concrete overflow of that last pond, that's where I was talking about it just trickling over. And that's where we concluded and the water collects on the bottom, right there is right below that pond. So the water collects there. But that right there, look at the grass laying down.
Yeah.
That's rainwater runoff that's going straight onto Mr. Palmer's property from ours.
Right. So that's going to continue whether there's a discharge. That's going to continue.
That will continue, but then he'll know that it's rainwater. It's not treated effluent that's running across his property.
Will he know that?
I don't know.
Will he know that?
He's here. I mean.
Here's the other thing. And, I've asked this question before, but what do communities our size who do not conveniently have a pristine river do?
Well,
what do they do? If you don't have a Blanco
only.
River to dump your effluent in, what do?
Sell it.
And why don't we do that? Because I just don't look at the Blanco River as a drainage ditch. I just don't. And it's just hard for me to wrap my brain around that. And also from what I'm taking from this, I think, Ronnie, is that you're saying if we get 3 inches of rain in 48 hours, we're going to have to discharge into the Blanco River? Because that's a no.
I was saying after storing back the water all winter long, and then the amount of rains that we do have, if we don't increase capacity, being a storage pond,
we need storage.
Then what we currently have right now, obviously what we currently have right now, and what we're utilizing out there, and this is what we're stuck with them, utilizing, is it's not working. This time last year, we emptied every pond on that property. We didn't have any problems last year, but last year's drought conditions and everything else from there, the construction phases and stuff. I mean, we irrigated, and it was just whether we got rid of every bit of water. Well, here we are in July, and I should have half of my storage back. I shouldn't be at 96 capacity. So, but that's what capacity we have now. So that leaves it to where, okay, you don't want to do a pipeline route or whatever the case, or we could have gotten rid of it in those high flood events. Well, then we need more storage capacity. And I believe you had Mr. Turk and, I'm sorry, Barney Austin up here talking about the same thing. So.
Exactly. More storage.
It looks to me like we're in agreement on 2 and 3 and 4 of the 4 recommendations. And the part that's confusing or contested, or that's confusing to me, is the phased-in land application permit, if we can do everything that we need to do under a 210 use. I don't understand that.
I think there's more discussion needs to go out. My 2 cents on that right now become with our land application reuse permit that we got in September of 2018, any landowner can deny the water. With the Texas land application project, this is just my 2 cents. I'm not swaying one way or another. Texas land application, they have to accept a certain amount of water, usually. So there is one difference there. Does that make sense? But it depending on which route we look to take and everything from there. And of course, Tom Turks is right. And of course, we disclosed this information to the task force when it started. The water that's coming out of our discharge over there, I have to say discharge because as Tom stated, it's right outside of our bullseye unit. So anything that falls out of it, we're discharging 24/7 right now. We can't get out of that, but we're consuming that water as a city and we're stored it in ponds. But our discharge is so clean. And so in meeting those type 1 effluent limitations, it is worth money. And you as a council actually got together and said that water is worth $10 per
1,000 gallons. That's in our fee schedule, and it's already been passed. So we have an amazing commodity at this wastewater treatment plant. We have water that can, and because it's 210, it can be used for so many uses. Somebody could come in with a truck and haul it home and water their grass, so we don't have anything to worry about. You know, we could pipe it into whatever the case. But the biggest problem that we face right now is getting that water from the wastewater plant to a location that's suitable for easier access, which is, again, one of the recommendations of the task force. And it's also something that we've been working on as well. But we're having a hard enough time sometimes getting our own vehicles into the wastewater treatment plant, where we started should be looking for, you know, easements and access and such and everything from there. But there's a lot more, a lot more work needs to be done. And there's a lot more as far as, you know, communications and different options and laid out, because you do have to understand as city council, whatever decision you make is ultimately going to affect the next 5. You know, there's other things on the agenda this evening that we had to move around and such, because whatever you decide here, it's going to, you know, and that's the biggest thing is understanding the chain reaction.
Right.
Sure. I didn't mean to, you know, jump on there.
There's nobody more passionate about not discharging into the Blanco River than this guy. It's his mission, and he's pretty serious about it. Ronnie mentioned controlling TLAP lands versus your reuse customers and what they have to do. Under the current permit application, and this is consistent with the task force as well, they, you know, we're going to bring on reuse customers. That requires an agreement.
Right.
We're going to do certain things as the city of Blanco, and we expect you as a reuse customer to do certain things as well. Because that reuse customer is now a very important and integrated piece of your effluent disposal system, they're going to be required to take effluent at certain times of the year when they really can't use it. We have that same problem. During the winter months, December, January, February, we can't land apply very much. We can't irrigate. So the ponds fill up. That same scenario is going to happen to your reuse customers that choose to land apply, which is most of them. Okay. So they're likely going to have to build their own pond, and we'll be shipping water to them during the winter months or whenever we need to relieve our ponds. Okay. And that water sits there just like it sits in our ponds, and it evaporates, and they eventually get to irrigate it. But in that agreement with them, there would be specific parameters under which both parties would operate. We would never ship to them more water than they can handle, but they would have to take what we ship them that's specified in the agreement. So there's some very specific operating parameters that are in that agreement with the reuse customers so that they are compatible with our effluent disposal system. Ma'am, you had a question about the effluent pipeline and what exactly does it do? The effluent pipeline obviously begins at the Blanco River and goes upstream and hooks on to that cascading aerator that you saw. It's a big concrete basin, and it's got kind of like a waterfall feature to it. Well, there's a pipe at the bottom, and everything that goes through that cascade area goes through that pipe, and we would connect onto that pipe, and everything from there would be underground. So nothing would go into that pipeline except what comes out of that pond and goes through the cascading area. It would just remain dry. All other drainage patterns on the city's treatment plant property, on Mr. Palmer's property, would remain as is and will not change.
Okay.
That's its sole purpose.
So if some of that water is just natural runoff that's pooling and going, that's not going to change.
It's not going to change.
Thank you.
Can I answer any more questions?
I have a few more questions, and I don't know if you can give me this right now. It might be something you have to give to me later, but I would like to, when you say, you know, there's less reporting and less regulations with the current permit than there is with TLAP, I'd like to know what those specifics are. What kind of reporting that we have to do, what kind of monitoring that's required that we
Actually, Ronnie, since he has to do this
Ronnie?
every day, good question for Ronnie.
So Ronnie's looking to not have to do so much, is that the deal?
Well, I will tell you, the only TLAP I've ever operated on was for the city of Blanco, and it's an old and outdated. So I don't know if things have changed or what. I don't think they would.
So we had a TLAP before?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I thought you said we always had a discharge permit since 1924.
We've had a discharge permit since 1963 when the sewer plant
63,
just went in.
63.
But we did have a TLAP agreement with Mr. Dooley, I believe, who owned Palmer's property before Mr. Palmer owned that property.
I see.
There was a TLAP agreement. They let that fail just because it was brought up. What happened with that one, and this is my understanding, I know there's documentation to support half of what I'm saying, I'll put it that way. He rejected the water and said, take me to court. So the city was forced to discharge. I believe this is 2012, 2013. The city was forced to discharge because the landowner would not accept the water. You ended up going to court and everything else from there. What you got out of that today is that city-owned property, 110 acres that was purchased. That was purchased so that the city with Blanco would have its own land to irrigate and nobody could tell them no. So that we did have a TLAP. What the TLAP did with us, and Zach can jump in and correct me if I'm wrong too, he's had to deal with this as well. It's weekly samples. I think at the least case, it was monthly samples that we would take. So you have the sample cost of every month and such from there.
Do you know what that cost is?
I don't.
Okay. Do you know what are we sampling for?
What they were sampling, I mean, same thing I think we're doing with our effluent now, but the biggest thing was the soil samples, conductivity, pH, metals, bimetals, all that kind of stuff from there. And it was, I know there's more into it. I don't have a number to give you either.
It's okay.
But
I'm
just
just
some
trying to understand. the
Right. Well, I mean,
differences.
with every TLAP agreement that you have, the state has to designate sample sites.
Okay.
We used to only have 3, now we had 5. Once we got off, after December of 2018, off of Mr. Palmer's property, right up to that point, we ended up having 5. So we designate those. So it's not even just, okay, we're going to take a sample. These are soil samples in which you have to take soil samples itself, 0 to 6 inches, 6 to 18, and 18 to 30. So now it's just a couple guys out there, tractor doing this, that, digging it up, going to the state for the monitoring program and everything from there. These are the
And what are the soil samples showing us though?
They're showing us the conductivity, the any kind of metals or any other byproducts and such that should not be, because we're not sampling it to go to the river. We have to sample the ground to make sure that we're not overdoing anything on the ground. As far as I know, it's pH, conductivity, and I actually have the permit. I could read them off, but I don't know how late you want to be here.
Yeah.
So I can get you that information though. You know what I mean? And if I need to, what I can do, I mean, if we want to put a conglomerate effort on that, we can get with the lab, find out what the new Texas land application standards are, what the sampling frequencies are, and at least get prices for that.
I'd love that. I mean, I'd be
I think I'm gonna have to do it anyway in case we go that route. I have to budget for that. So
You know, I'd be happy to continue this discussion.
Sure.
But I would like some more specifics, you know,
Definitely.
on some of these things.
I just had a quick question for you. If we did the TLAP, would Public Works have enough employees to be testing the soil and the water?
Yes, I mean, because
Or would we need to
it's samples
hire?
that we would be doing. The biggest thing would be soil samples. That's what I don't know about, because I've only had to worry about TLAP on our own property or
Right.
until we purchase that property. So if we end up with 7 TLAP agreements, I don't know if that's 5 sample sites per 7. So now we're looking
Wait,
at
we would have
35.
7 TLAP?
No, I say if we did,
We would just have a TLAP permit.
we could have a, is that how that works? You might know more than I do on this one. Well, it'd be a TLAP permit, but don't you have to do samples at every location that you acquire for your TLAP permit?
We are actually gonna take a short break, a 10-minute break, right
Okay.
now.
One way to get the body away from the mic. We have 2.
Yeah.
This conference will now be recorded.
And I want to talk to you.
So at 9:15, we are back in regular session.
and we are still discussing possible action to consider and act on the task force recommendations. Do I hear a motion? We have discussed this for a while now. Is there any?
Keith, did you have something to say? That was.
Not at this point.
Oh, okay.
I would like to move that we accept recommendation 2, 3, and 4 at this time.
Councilmember Barron has motioned to accept recommendations 2, 3, and 4 at this time. Is there a second?
I will second.
Councilmember Devine has seconded. Any further discussion?
My question is, what does accepting it mean, or?
Well, it means you're going to follow I guess somebody else can. To me, it would mean that you're going to follow the directives as outlined in the PowerPoint presentation. And
so to amend the.
It's 2, 3, and 4. Where's the? Can you?
It's to
show
double
us the 4? Or can?
Yeah.
It's basically everything except making a decision about which permit. So it's doubling the storage. It's agreeing to continue to phase 2. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, the mine's up there. Okay.
These 3 right there.
2, 3, and 4.
and that also includes abandoning our permit application.
No, it doesn't. I'm not abandoning it. I'm not doing number 1. Number 1 is that we would do the T-Lab. And I'm not suggesting that we do that right now because that seems to be the most controversial thing. The thing that seems to be has the most controversy, and I think we could do with more clarification, is understanding what we can and cannot do with the 210 reuse versus a T-Lab permit. So feeling like we've got not being clear on the specifics of the permitting and needing a little better clarification. I do about that, and I think maybe some others do. If we just sort of set the permitting issue to the side, we can bring it back another time when we get more questions answered about what the differences are in costs and maintenance and responsibilities and what we can and can't do. But I think there's agreement that whatever it is we're going to do, we have to have more storage. Period. We got to have that. More storage, better quality in the water, that we really assess our market and start finding landowners who are going to take this water, however they take it, whether they take it through a T-Lab or whether they take it because they just want to buy it from us and we're going to figure out how to get it to them, but get rid of some of the water and other property. And that we really support and continue on with this task force till we work on finalizing these first phase recommendations or how we move in to the next part. But I'd like for us to stay on track with what we have agreement that we can do and should do and would need to do regardless of where the permitting goes. So that's why I've moved to accept 2, 3, and 4, or to adopt 2, 3, and 4 and move ahead on those and continue to explore and get more questions answered about the specific permit process and pathway.
You know, I'm sitting on the fence on this, I guess, to some extent. I am really pleased to see the work that the task force done, but I think it definitely needs to go. And I guess I can change that part of the motion, but I'd like to hear from our engineer and have more information from Tom as to how 2, 3, and 4 would impact us. And Can I, I'm not asking you to address it at this time, Tom. I'd like to see the motion tabled, but there is an active motion before us at this time. But those were my comments on it.
Well, and I can tell you what Tom thinks about doubling the storage site. He says this recommendation is generally consistent with the 210 reuse and land application approach currently in the pending permit application, and constructing such a pond would significantly enhance the city's ability to dispose effluent and significantly reduce the probability of discharging treated effluent into the Blanco River. Ta-da.
Okay, well,
And by the way, it would also reduce the amount of over irrigation that's creating runoff on Mr. Palmer's property. So
Yes.
doubling the storage is an absolute, that's an absolute in everybody's mind, pretty much.
And number 3 is the same thing. Mr. Turk says the recommendation is generally consistent with the 210 reuse and land application approach currently in our permit application, and all about going and finding customers.
Okay, then I am going to call Tom up. So, Tom, if you don't mind, come back up for me here. Does any part of the current motion that we have before us, is any part of it of concern to you at this point in time?
I only have one, and it's kind of a nerdy engineer concern. The site that the task force identifies for the pond has some topography to it, and it has a lot of trees on it. I'd like to see if there are other adjacent pieces of land that we can acquire that are flatter, that might be more conducive to pond construction. It would still fall into the category of on-site or very near the plant. But I'd like to check out some other sites. Other than that, I think 2, 3, and 4 are very consistent with our current application and in tune with the task force.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, then I'm going to ask to amend the motion to address what our city engineer said in reference to alternate locations for the additional storage.
Okay, Councilmember Smith has amended the motion to include what our city engineer, Tom Turk, has just mentioned about having alternate sites for the on-site storage ponds. Is there a second?
Thank you. You already had a second.
Don't we have to second after the amendment?
Right.
Wow.
Okay, I think, Mr. Council, you had already seconded the motion, correct?
I seconded the motion, but you amended it, so it doesn't have to be
Okay.
seconded again after the amendment?
Right. Okay.
So he's your second this time.
All right, that's fine. We're good. All right.
Brad, did you have something to say?
Well, I just wasn't, Ms. Barron, didn't you make the original motion?
I did.
Okay, so since that motion has been, I mean, if we're going to get technical here, since that motion has been made and seconded, what Mr. Smith is asking for is amendment to it. So you'd have to withdraw the second. Ms. Barron, you'd have to agree to accept his amendment and then make the motion with his amendment and then see if that gets seconded. I think that's technically the proper way to go about it.
I withdraw my second.
Okay.
Councilmember Devine has withdrawn her second.
So can I just restate the motion with his amendment? Okay.
Yes.
I move that we adopt task force recommendations 2, 3, and 4, noting that under recommendation 2, our engineer which wishes to have additional study on site selection for the pond expansion.
Councilmember Barron has amended the motion to reflect that to accept items 2, 3, and 4, with number 2 having the engineer requested to look into additional sites. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Councilmember Devine has seconded. Any further discussion?
I have to figure it out.
Keith, did you have something to say?
No, I'm good. Now
Okay.
just prepare just in case.
Okay, great. All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries unanimously. We need to go back to item number 1 because it was seconded by Councilmember McCullen, and because he is not visible on the screen, we need to redo that motion. So item number 1 was discussion and possible action on approval of the 2021 fiscal year audit. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve the 2020-2021 audit as presented.
Councilmember Smith has moved to accept the 2021 audit as presented. Is there a second?
I will second the motion.
No, I'll second. I beat you, Keith.
Oh, you beat me. Oh, okay.
Councilmember Salceda has seconded.
Okay.
All in favor?
It was a 1920 audit, is that right? Was that the motion?
No, the 2020, 2021.
Right.
Did I
2021. Okay.
No,
Wait, that's
yeah,
this year, though.
it's a
It should be the
1920
It's
audit,
1920.
ending September 30th,
The minutes
2020.
say, the minutes say it's the 2021.
That's incorrect.
The agenda says 2021.
It's
Yeah,
incorrect.
so we
It's
need to
2020.
change that.
All right, so
Okay.
the date shown on our agenda is the 2021.
The date shown on your agenda is incorrect.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we amend that in the motion then?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
You just approve the right audit, Counselor. That's all you have to do.
It's the 2019-20. That's my correction to my.
Or the FY20 audit. You could call it either. They'd both be right.
Okay.
Yeah, Councilmember Smith has amended his motion to the correct fiscal year, and it's 2019-2020 audit.
I'll second before Keith does.
Councilmember Salceda
It's a good
seconded.
thing you seconded that one that was in error.
All in favor?
Yes. Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on. Discussion and possible action on updating the clarifier at the water treatment plant. Mr. Turk?
Did you skip number 9?
Oh,
You skipped number 9. Hey, yeah, y'all.
my bad. I skipped 9. Discussion and possible action to update City of Blanco representatives to the Blanco Water Task Force. Councilmember Devine.
I'm going to just officially nominate Connie to be on the task force. And then, and I know that you, Mayor, have been attending when you can. And so I would also like to have you be recognized as a participant on the task force.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Okay. Councilmember Devine has moved to officially appoint Connie Barron and myself, Rachel Lumpy, to the task force. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Smith has seconded. Discussion.
Y'all rock. What?
She did. She made the motion. No.
I made the motion. Yeah, me.
All in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we are moving on to item number 10, discussion and possible action on updating the clarifier at the water treatment plant. Mr. Turk.
Before I give my presentation, is there anybody here that has a flak jacket and a helmet before I talk? Because I could probably use it.
I thought there was a bus coming that you were going to be able to throw somebody under, because otherwise you're right.
So I know it's going to be a long night, so I'm trying to make a long story as short as possible. We currently have a water treatment plant that's under construction. There's a very valuable piece of equipment called a primary clarifier. That is basically a big round concrete tank with a very significant metal structure in the middle of it. Its purpose is to slow water down and let solids drop to the bottom by gravity, and then it's scooped off by a rake. That metal structure is very old. Ronnie, do you know when that thing was put in? 1996. Okay, so it's 20, 25 years old plus. It is, and you can see pictures here. It's obviously corroding. Just to jump in there, I did give you the handout of the engineer's report. It's got a lot of pictures. So your handout will show the same pictures that are up on the screen. Thank you. So in the plans, in the construction contract currently underway, contractor has been asked to sandblast all the surfaces of the metal, patch the existing holes with various sized steel patches, and then to paint it. So the contractor, I would say about a month ago, went out and did a test section of the sandblasting, and that's one of the pictures that's in the report. The contractor looked at it and he came to us and said, man, we're just not too sure about this. Will you please take a look? So we took a look and we scratched our heads and said, we're kind of uncomfortable as well. Basically, when they sandblasted it, you strip off metal, more holes formed. Not only that, but I think the plant design was done 4 years ago. So there's been additional corrosion and additional holes that have formed since then. So we entered into negotiations with the contractor to put a coating on the metal. And the contractor went off, found some people who would coat it, and came back to us and said, we can get the coating done, but we can't find anybody who will stand by the work after it's been done. They won't warranty it. And basically, they're worried about the condition of the host metal. So we said, stop what you're doing. We need to bring in somebody who possesses this expertise and tell us whether or not it's prudent to even go down this path. We were able to get somebody out there very quickly. It's a certified corrosion inspector went out there Friday morning, I think. Did an inspection, photographed it extensively, crawled all over it, sent us a lot of photographs and issued a report yesterday that I forwarded on as soon as possible. And the bottom line, he says that the structure has reached its useful life, which he's saying you shouldn't do anything else to this structure. It's too far gone. You should not coat it. Should not try to rehabilitate it. He went on to say that the structure has some serious structural issues, and it may collapse. And in response to that, we issued a field order to the contractor immediately that basically said keep all of his workers out and away from the tank. Essentially, it leaves you with really only one option in moving forward, and that is to replace the metal part of the clarifier. A contractor has submitted initially a $460,000 change order to completely replace that structure. We are just starting to evaluate it. I can't say much about the details, but we just got it and we really haven't looked at it in detail. But obviously that's a very serious increase in the project cost. I don't know if you got my email or not, but I did make some suggestions on where you might find the money. I failed to include credit that you would get for all the coding and what have you. And that's all in the negotiations. One of the complicating factors in all this is time. Right now, the contractor is telling us that, delivery on these type of structures is months and months and months. That may and probably will go past the deadline for completion of the plant. And so the project duration would be extended. And that has costs in itself for administrative and overhead expenses, as Mike knows, to keep the project open. Unfortunately, this is a very important part of the whole treatment process. You can construct the rest of the plant to a very advanced state, but you can't get it working until that comes online. And then you can't commission it until that comes online. So it has quickly become part of what I would call the plant's critical path. And I'm very sorry to be delivering all this bad news, but this is where you are. Can I answer any questions?
I guess, Tom, I mean, you're evaluating the pricing that's being, the $460,000. You're evaluating it now to make sure that it is comparable with current market prices, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the contractor has located a supplier. He got a bid on this. Yes. From a clarifier manufacturer. And what was their anticipated, I'm not sure I heard you, delivery?
Gary?
28 weeks?
7 months. 7 months.
Plus 30 days to review.
You're going to go, so you're going to pick up 28, probably another 12 maybe by the time you do your review and dimension checks and everything. So you're looking at 30. Yeah.
And the current completion date is early April?
Yeah.
We were supposed to put it back online in, Ronnie, when it was going to come back online in March, right?
It's supposed to be online in March.
Well, I mean, but when it hits substantial completion, you were going to be able to process raw water.
Right.
So now this takes that water date out.
Exactly. Yeah. If
I wouldn't say
6
that
months.
32 weeks.
No, I understand if we do it now. No, it's not adding it to the whole project, but the day we sign the change order on the unit, it's going to start that day and add that additional time.
the implications of time are your water contract with Canyon Lake.
Yes.
Yes.
The contractor, the longer he stays on the job, the more administrative and over expenses.
Is that allowed by contract?
Yes, of course.
Not always. So,
Gary, do you have something?
No, I mean, if the project extends, then they would,
okay, but if he's anticipating the extension of the contract, wouldn't that be included in his pricing when you gave you the price for the unit?
So in his pricing, they didn't add time to based on the date of approval. So, and I would like to say this change order that he presented expires in 10 days. The pricing was only good for 10 days because of the national situation.
Yeah, the market conditions and everything. So when did we receive the pricing?
We got this on, it stated the Friday, the 7/8. Got it on Friday.
Okay.
7, 8, and we have 10 days?
Yep.
So we have till the 18th?
18th. This is dated on the 8th. Maybe it came in Thursday. That's the
So are you looking for approval contingent on your evaluation of the pricing?
No, I think this is just a briefing item, at least for us. We just wanted to make you aware of the situation, what we are doing to get this to a point where we can bring it to you with a specific recommendation.
Well, you know, unfortunately, if it depends, if nobody's going to get pricing over 10 days right now. I mean, it just isn't going to happen. So you've had this. How much more time do you need?
I would say we can evaluate this in, a couple more days. I think if you guys are ready to act, we could probably confirm this by the 18th. That would be end of this week.
So what are options? No options?
I
It doesn't sound like there are any options, yeah.
Our option
Not-
is we approve it now or we approve it later.
That's what it sounds like to me. I mean, it doesn't sound like there's any
The more
reason
we
to.
wait, the more we're extending our
I hear you.
dependency on Canyon Lake.
I mean, sort of like, why are we waiting 2 days? For what? What are they gonna find out in
Well,
2 days? We don't know.
They can't tell us the pricing's fair at this point.
Yeah.
So they've got to do their due diligence and do that.
So are there other options if the pricing isn't fair? I mean, I'm hearing on the one hand, man, you can't find this stuff, it's gone, you're gonna have it in 10 days or it's all over and there's only one place that provides them and da-da-da. And then it's, well, is the pricing fair? I hope it is, but do we have any options if it's not? Are there other vendors out there who actually have these or available that we can get them from? That's what I'm trying to understand. What is the market supply
There
out
are
there?
other vendors. This is one, West Tech is this vendor, and it's one of the vendors that's approved in the contract. One of the
Okay.
suppliers that's approved in the contract. West Tech is providing the equipment for the backwash clarifier. So they're a vendor working with the contractor already.
So there are some other, you do have an opportunity to at least check with a few other places in a day or so to find out if there's another available at any decent, any better price.
Or even at an earlier delivery also.
There is another option. It's kind of ugly.
Uglier than this? I'm sorry.
Bring in a completely separate vendor and contract who would do the clarifier work on the same site while the contractor is doing other things. It's not something I would recommend at this point.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And it would only be a plan B in case we can't come to terms.
You know,
with the contract.
basically, I mean, at that point in time, you've got to do advertisement for bid,
Yeah.
prepare bid documents. I mean, you're gonna, I mean,
Doesn't sound like a real option.
The urgency of this is apparent to me.
Yeah.
That's the only option I can think of, and it's not a very good one.
I'd like to make a motion, and Tom, you can, I'll discuss it with you as I'm making it. How's
Okay,
that?
sure.
And you can say, you can do one of these, but I make a motion that we approve the pricing provided by our contractor on the water treatment plant, which is,
The clarifier.
what was the amount, 400?
460,000.
That's not an exact amount. It's just an approximate amount.
So what?
And we have,
I don't
we still have
have-
to.
So what's the motion?
Go ahead, keep going. We'll come back.
Okay,
Keep going.
I'm gonna approve the amount tendered by them.
Okay.
And it's in the 460 range.
Okay.
Subject to your firm's evaluation of the pricing and that you find it fair and competitive.
Okay.
And at that point in time, we would be authorizing the change order to be signed for that amount.
Okay. Let me discuss a few things with Gary. Where's Gary?
And I guess if Brad has something to say, I'm open.
Water Development Board has to approve the change,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
which we would get on the phone with them quickly. I think they. But they have to approve.
Okay, so the change order would include an add of 460,000 plus or minus, less some kind of credit for the work on the clarifier that they no longer have to do.
That is correct.
So that'll be a credit. And there may be some other adds and credits that come to play during negotiations. There may
Yeah,
be some
but I mean,
things
if you're needing a motion, I can't just give you a,
okay, no,
okay.
I think you're good.
Give them a blank check.
And that's exactly what's bothering me a little bit here is we don't know the exact amount. And you are somewhat giving us a blank check. I don't know, Brad may want to weigh in on
Can
that.
you have us the exact amount in 2 days?
We can certainly try. I would need the cooperation of the contractor. I think they're motivated to get this done too. I think we can.
I'm trying to do this before their bid expires.
So when does the bid expire? The 18th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And then when is your next workshop that we talked about earlier?
The 20th.
The 20th. So we need a special meeting as soon as we get the numbers.
So what you can do, what we've done in the past under similar circumstances is that you can approve it up to X dollar amount, and if it's going to go over, then we got to come back and ask for the additional approval over, but that would require a special.
Okay.
So you kind of hedge your bets that if it comes in under your, you can say up to, I don't know, give it a range. I heard 460, but maybe it needs to go higher. If you want to give Tom the approval to, to enter into this, up to, I don't know, 500,000, whatever, you guys pick the number. I have no idea what that is, but I've seen that done before where you give staff the authority up to X amount, and if they can come in under X amount, great. That's another way to do it. But, so it's not a blank check, but because you put a ceiling on it, but that ceiling may be above what this number is, and you leave it to the discretion of your staff to determine whether or not that wiggle room is appropriate. And I mean, but it sounds like that's about the best we can do right now.
All right. I've got another idea. So here we go. I'm going to start in a different direction, Brad, just a second. I'm going to ask you to go back to your contractor to get either an updated quote or to see if his provider will hold the pricing until the 20th. We have a meeting on the 20th.
Okay.
And at that point in time, do your due diligence on the pricing. Work on the credits that are due for the work they're not doing the repairs on the existing clarifier. If there is time consideration, then have that available to us at that time as well.
Okay.
And we will try to have you an answer that night.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Sound fair to everybody?
Okay, so
Probably need to hold the bid till the 21st then. Right?
my only question is, what do we do if Tom goes to them and they say, no, we're not going to hold it until the 20th or the 21st? I think that's a good idea, Ms. Devine. What if they say no? Then what?
Well, then they can get another quote today and it'll be valid for another 10 days and it'll fall within that time period.
Okay, I'm good with that if Tom is.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Then Tom, I don't want to see you anymore and bring anything like that back to me again, okay?
Is there any other old equipment we were going to be really smart and redo instead of doing the other stuff from the beginning? Any other surprises you're anticipating that we might want to prepare for?
I believe we're just talking about the clarifier at this point, because that's what is on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So there's no action at this time.
Okay, and we are going to go jump back to old business. Item number 1, Discussion and possible action on approval of new task order number 9, Freeland Turk Engineering Group LLC, wastewater treatment plant, water line, and access easement.
Okay.
Ronnie, do you have?
Yeah, well, go ahead. I've looked over this, and this is task order number 9 for the wastewater treatment plant outfall piping. It is authorization for us to engage our city engineer to provide the design services that were required for placing the line. As Mr. Palmer said, the easement has been agreed on, and Tom's ready to start on the work. And I make a motion that we approve task order number 9.
Councilmember Smith has made a motion to approve task order 9. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Sauceda has seconded. Discussion.
I think there's still more discussion about what kind of permit we're going to have and whether we actually need the discharge pipe. Is this?
And I understand that. I believe that this, even if we go to a TLAP and then, heaven forbid something happens or whatever, I think having this piping in place would be beneficial to the city. I think it is prudent to have some form of an insurance policy where if there's ever a catastrophic event or something of that nature, that we're protecting Mr. Palmer's property as much as we can. And I think it's appropriate to engage in the placement of this line. And we can't place the line until it's designed. And that's what I'm asking to happen.
Well, I would like to say that I think a better insurance policy than a drainage pipe into the river would be to do what task item, whatever the task force item was, that is doubling our storage capacity. That actually will protect Mr. Palmer's property by, we won't be over irrigating and he won't be having all of that runoff. If we have the storage capacity, that's actually the insurance policy we need. We're not discharging into the river at all then. So why don't we take that money and money from possible future litigation and put that into the storage that the city needs to really do the right thing here?
Well, maybe Tom can speak to this. We've got an application for a discharge permit, and with our current plant, we have to have a discharge permit. Is that not correct, Tom?
That's why we're considering a TLAP. Then we don't need the discharge.
From the perspective of TCEQ and their regulations, you do not need to have a discharge pipe or route. Now, the city is obligated through the agreement with Mr. Palmer to construct one.
And I agree. Okay.
And so it sounds like, again, that what we're trying to do is to make sure that the money that we're spending is going to fix your problem. And that's what that's what we've got to do. And I'm not convinced that this, after seeing all what you're experiencing from the more irrigation that then mixes with the rainwater runoff, and then you end up with this pooling on your land. And I'm not convinced that this is the best solution for you. I want it to be the best solution. I don't want us to come back and do this. I want to make sure the money's spent well. So what I'm wondering is if we can just figure this out to make sure that before we move ahead and spend $60,000 for Tom to start designing something that over the course of a few more discussions, we may figure out is not the best thing to have happen for you, that we're doing the right thing. And that's my concern, is after seeing the pictures and hearing what Ronnie's been saying and seeing all of that, I'm concerned that this won't fix your problem. Well, that's my concern.
Councilor Barron, I understand that, but right now, Mr. Palmer has agreed to allow us additional time, years if need be. But at that point in time, our exposure right now is $182,000. And he's asking for us to reverse the cap.
Right.
And I think it is prudent with the pricing changes that are apparent at this time. And you may see some stabilization in it, but I'm not optimistic. So I think it's in the best interest of the city to go ahead and engage our engineer to design what we've agreed and asked for. So.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed?
You break the vote.
Is Keith on, or can he not vote? You can't see him because we
Yes,
can't see him.
we have to be
Keith
visible.
can't vote, so.
Can't
Can't
vote
see.
because it can't be seen.
Am I not on the screen?
No, you don't, we don't see you.
I see myself. I don't know what the.
That's not helping us.
Yeah.
I don't know why
You turn
it is
your
not.
little camera on, like, is there a little line across the camera icon? And you need to click it.
Yeah, it should be on. I don't know why it is not.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right.
I don't know how that happened.
All right.
Okay.
What's the vote?
I am for I'm voting in favor of the motion.
Okay, so the motion carries 3-2. Next, under old business, item number 2, discussion and possible action on general and supplemental conditions for the TWDB project number 62748 for the city of Blanco, Texas.
Okay, this is a prior item that we addressed previously. We did approve the additional costs for the builder's risk insurance. Then subsequent to that, our city engineer was able to get a revised elevation certificate. We submitted that back to the provider I had. It did not change the pricing. And Tom, did that go back to the contractor as well?
It did go back, but we haven't seen a response.
All right, we haven't seen a response. Ms. Kunstler and I had visited about it. And if we delay this, the policy has not been taken out. We have not initiated that change order. And we discussed the exposure of it. It has, right now, the cost was $106,000 in that price range for the additional insurance. I looked at the June the 30th pay application, and the tangible materials out there that are subject to damage by flooding is $83,000. So the fact to pay $100 and something thousand to insure $83,000 may not be the best thing to do at this time with the situation that we had with the clarifier in our budget on the project. So I'll go back and ask Tom to work on getting additional pricing from our provider, from the provider that our contractor has, because it didn't change my pricing. And then we can address this again next month.
Okay. We are back in new business. Item number 4, discussion and possible action on the adoption of ordinance 2021-0 to be approved of the City of Blanco adopting the rules of conduct and quorum for public meetings and hearings held by the City Council. Ms. Kinsler?
I need to get Ronnie PowerPoint.
As a city not afforded to do that.
I believe everybody has received the ordinance proposed.
Yes.
Yeah, this is quite a USB drive.
There is none of the city finally found in the finance officer's drawer.
My computer is not liking that. Yeah. Sometimes that happens if it doesn't recognize it. What?
He was looking at stuff.
It says USB.
No, it passed unanimous. And they've ordered I don't know who has to tell them to order the archaeological survey, but it's approved.
All right, you have to wing it. I'm sorry.
So, they are voting out. Oh, I don't have my cheaters on either. I didn't think I needed my cheaters. I thought I was going to be reading off the PowerPoint. You gonna try it real quick? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, cheaters. Perfect. Okay, let's see. Work makes the dream work. There you go. Mhm. Okay, so the one we have up before you right now is the rules of conduct. Oh, I think you just bringing it up, Ronnie. I see the PowerPoint. Yeah, let's go. Let's do this one. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, just go through to the slide you have. Just go through. There you go. So this ordinance has to do with adopting rules of conduct and quorum for public meetings. Go to the next slide. Whoa.
Yeah, blurry.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm actually used to my people doing it. We don't like people. It's hard. So the PowerPoint just kind of summarizes by section what is involved in that.
Need to be in front of the microphone.
Oh, you have to be in the mic.
All right. So section 1, just, I don't have any of that in front of me right now. This is all in my head. Thank you very much. You're awesome. Thank you. So section 1 just addresses citizens to be heard. The fact that citizens are allowed to provide input. They need to sign in to do that. Gives them a limit of 3 minutes. It states that we'll be videotaping the meetings. It prohibits unruly behavior in the council chambers. Prohibits personal attacks on staff, elected officials, and the public. And then there's violations that are specified if the rules of decorum are not followed. Council, before you speak in the rules of decorum, and you do that really well here already. You recognized by the mayor. The mayor recognized you. That's your turn to speak. Nobody interrupts each other, whatever. No communication devices during a city meeting. We just want to be really careful with that, so nobody here is accused of violating the Open Meetings Act. And then section 1 also states that Robert's Rules of Order apply. Sections 2 to 8 just basically say that the presiding officer enforces the rules here. The rules apply to all members of the public and to the council. The presiding officer can suspend a particular rule if he or she feels that there's good reason or good cause. It is up to the presiding officer to enforce the rules. However, once you all have adopted this ordinance, always feel free to remind the presiding officer that you have this ordinance. It's been approved if you approve it tonight. It's severable. You can repeal the ordinance. It becomes effective upon its passage and in the publication of it. I'm going the wrong way. So this is what you'll see starting August's meeting. Every staff member will be doing a PowerPoint. And so I just wanted to kind of introduce you to what we're going to do. Every staff member will start doing a PowerPoint so that as council members, you don't necessarily have to sit up here. And obviously, if it's your item, we want to hear from you, but hopefully we can put it into a little bit of an organized fashion so that it's easier for the public to understand. You all know what you're reading in your packets, but the public is, just listening, guessing. So if you have a nice little, a little roadmap to what y'all are doing up here through a PowerPoint, it really makes it friendly and nice for your citizens to understand what you're doing. But the other thing that I like to do with these PowerPoints is I like to make certain that the staff is held accountable. You need a recommendation from the staff, and you need to know as council members what the fiscal impact is going to be. So the end of the PowerPoints are going to look, that's a boring one, but so my recommendation is that you pass this so that you maintain a well-functioning meeting environment and a healthy meeting environment. There's no fiscal impact to it. And then that's just the end of it. So I just wanted to kind of introduce you to this idea because this is what we're going to start. Staff is about to get blank PowerPoint like this, and you're going to see PowerPoints for all of the items from this point forward. And so with that, I'll stand for any questions that you might have on the ordinance that we have constructed for adopting the rules of conduct.
I have a question on section 1, number 2. Suppose you have an organization that comes and they've got 14 people there that want to speak. This says the presiding official shall call those signed into the podium to speak. Is there a way that if they sign up, is it mandatory that they speak?
Mayor, Council McClellan, that's your call. This is your ordinance. This is your show. That's up to you. That's it. That's an excellent question, and that's up to you. But it does give you the right to, let's see. No, it only gives you the right to repeal the ordinance.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you sign in, you get to speak for 3 minutes. So if you would like a section added in there about groups presenting, such as what Mr. McClellan is speaking about, we can certainly add that in there.
I'm just wondering if the shall, if that's a good word, and yet I understand if you can't discriminate against people either if they've signed up. It seems like so. I'm just worried about the word shall.
Mr. McClellan, let me jump in here real quick. Your point is a good one, and what Texas law says about open meetings is that the chair of the meeting, be that the mayor or whoever, they have the authority to direct and maintain control of the meeting, and that includes limiting speakers or prohibiting speakers or cutting them off if they go on too long or they're rowdy or whatever. It has to be, that power has to be used judiciously. But nonetheless, the chair of an open meeting has that power to do so. And so I think having the language that anyone who signs up shall get to speak, you're right. You could turn a public comments into a very painfully lengthy process if that word shall is not changed to may or something along the lines that gives the chair the authority to limit speakers, which they have under Texas law.
Agree 100% with Brad. I've been in those painful meetings, so yes, definitely let's change the shall to may. If the council is amenable to that.
I just had on section 1, number 1, it says the citizens to be heard, and we usually just refer to that as the public comment section. Do we need to change that language?
We can change that to public comments.
I have a question, and maybe it's more for Brad on this, since he brought up this point that authority is to be used judiciously. And I'd just like to know what the parameters are for that, because I've been in public hearings where the person in charge of the meeting actually used it very capriciously and not judiciously. So I kind of am on the side of the shall.
There's been a not insignificant amount of litigation over this issue where members of the public have claimed that they possess a First Amendment right to address the governing body in the context of an open meeting. And what the courts have said is that the purpose of an open meeting is for the governing body to provide the public with a window into what's going on, and it doesn't give members of the public a unfettered right to kind of take over the meeting. And so for the purpose of keeping a meeting flowing and not allowing it to get sidetracked, the chair has the authority to cut them off. Now, the law itself doesn't really go into what is the judicious use and what isn't the judicious use. Obviously, if you cut someone off and they can make a credible claim that you're violating their civil rights somehow, you'd want to avoid that. But you know, that would be a rare occurrence. So the law doesn't really get into exactly what constitutes judicious use, but it does say that governing bodies can limit the input of the public, because it's not this is just not the forum for the unfettered ability of the public to address the city council. And it sounds counterintuitive, I understand that, but the purpose of this, and you guys are at work right now, this is your night job. And so you need to be able to do your night job, and you need to be able to move this process along so that the meetings begin and conclude in a reasonable time frame. So that's, you know, it's the same way as not allowing someone into City Hall and to disrupt the working of the staff there. They're allowed to say, no, you have to leave now. You know, it's the same kind of principle. So I don't know if that helps you.
I'm just asking what the parameters are for judicious, because I've seen it abused.
And I've seen the unfettered.
Not here. I'm not
Right.
pointing any fingers
Right.
here, by
I've
the way.
seen the unfettered access in the city I came from. We were there till 2:00 in the morning,
Yeah.
and the public completely has taken over the meetings.
Yeah.
And the issue is, this is happening all over Texas and all over the nation, really, with these certain groups. And so, I mean, yeah, I'm 100% with the city attorney on that one.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it.
Is there a motion?
I move we accept ordinance number 2021-0-0XX, standards of decorum for public meetings.
And would you change the shall to may?
Pardon me? Oh, yes, and amended in number 1, changing citizens to be heard to public comments, and section 1, number 2, changing the presiding officer shall to the presiding officer may.
Councilmember Barron has made a motion to accept the ordinance adopting the rules of conduct and decorum for public meetings and hearings with the changes on section number 1, citizens to be heard to public comments, and number 2, the shall to be signed. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Too late.
Councilmember Smith has seconded the motion. Or is there any more discussion?
We need a shall on number 3 as well.
Oh.
Public comment in. Yeah.
She wants to put a shall on number 3 as well.
No, I'm sorry. That number 3 is, we just need to change citizens to be heard to public comments.
I'm not here.
It's citizens.
And amend.
Anywhere it says public comment,
Yeah.
citizens to be heard, we'll change it.
Right, and amend number 3, citizens to be heard to public comments.
Okay, Councilmember Barron has amended it to include the citizens to be heard, and 3 to change to public comments as well. All in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Moving on, number 5, under new business, discussion and possible action on the adoption of ordinance of the city of Blanco adopting the Blanco personnel policy. Ms. Kinsler?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Let me try to get this full screen. I'm trying to drive Ronnie's thing here. Got it. Okay. I think I just go this way now. Okay, so the introduction and background here is City Hall Essentials entered into a contract with the city in June of 2021. And one of the deliverables that we were supposed to give to you was an updated personnel manual and a new organizational chart. Both of these items are being presented to you this evening. And the organizational chart will follow us through into the budget hearings. I just tried to go by each section because it's a book, obviously, and briefly describe any substantive or semi-substantive changes that I thought you might be interested in. So 1.01, you didn't have a mission. We added mission statement in there. 1.02, the purpose was slightly amended. 1.03, the city reserves the right. We added this, the city reserves the right to amend or revoke the policy. 1.05 is an authority section, which was not previously in there. 106 identifies who is responsible for implementation. 110, we added definitions to the manual. 111 outlines specifics on an appeal process. 113 adds your organizational chart. And then 114 is just cleanup language for the EEO. 115 adds reasonable accommodations under the disability section. And 1.16 adds a process to the harassment section. 1.17 designates authorized smoking areas. Any questions on section 1?
I just have a quick question on the org chart. Are you going to cover that separately, or because you reference it in the organization chart, is that separate?
I'm going to cover it separately, but if you want, we can cover whenever y'all want.
That's all right. I'll wait
Okay.
for it.
So section 2, employment. 201 declares the city administrator hiring authority. 202 defines Blanco's objectives and procedures in the recruiting process. And the section M on there actually adds probationary language that was not there previously. 203 amends age requirements to 18 for a full-time employee. 205 section added for termination of employment. And by the way, 203 is for insurance purposes. 209 adds section for handling of personnel files. And 210 adds for confidentiality of medical records. So we're consistent with HIPAA there. So any questions on section 2? Section 3, hearing none, will go on. 301 adds employee conduct to the manual. 302 outlines the standards of this conduct. Any conflicts of interest, outside employment, drug and alcohol policy. Number 304 amends the dress code slightly, tightened it up just a little bit. 305, use of city property. It amends the vehicle policy slightly. It adds a cell phone policy. And it amends computer use in a social media policy, and this part is fairly significant. It also amends and enhances language on city employees accepting gifts. So that's a quick version of section 3. So are there any questions that I can entertain for you on section 3?
So D of section 3, outside employment, it says all requests for outside employment must be approved in writing by the appropriate department director. So if Ronnie wants to go working at Chicken Express, he has to get somebody's approval.
He would need to get the city administrator's approval. If Zach wants to work at Chicken Express, he needs to get Ronnie's approval.
What's the reasoning or thinking behind
So the point of that is to make sure that the city of Blanco is the #1 job for them, and it's not going to interfere with the city of Blanco's hours, or there's not going to be some sort of direct conflict. And one thought on that is, I'll take you to Will's position, you're a planning and zoning person or a community development person. What if they went to work for a land use attorney or something like that, and you saw a potential conflict? So you really see it in bigger places, but it's for conflict purposes, it's for hours purposes. The primary position, if you're working a 40-hour week, should be the city of Blanco. Any other questions on 3? And obviously, you know, you are the policymaker. If there's something in here you don't like, we'll strike it out. Section 4 talks about salary administration. It sets up a pay system and a job classification system. We are in the process right now. We've gotten 4 cities done. We're pulling teeth trying to get this market thing done. It outlines the process for your timesheets. It adds Fair Labor Standards Act language, and it adds a promotion section in there. That's section 4, which is about the salary administration. Any questions on section 4?
For the salary administration, section 4.02.
What page are you on, Mayor?
I am on page 43.
Okay.
So it looks like it went from 3 months to 12 months.
Yes, your probationary period went from 3 months to 12 months. Absolutely.
Okay, so it's a full year.
Full year of probation. That's right. And it's interesting because Texas is an at-will state, but I fully believe that you need a year to be able to watch and evaluate an employee and have. So
are they
my recommendation is absolutely 12 months.
Are they eligible for benefits?
Yes.
On probationary period?
Right out of the gate, they're eligible for benefits. Absolutely. Good question. Okay, section 5, employee benefits and services. Speaking of benefits, 502, it describes the benefit that you all have with the Texas Municipal Retirement System in more detail, and it adds what benefit you have, because cities have different benefits with TMRS. You all happen to be a 721 city, which is really good, and so we spell that out in the personnel manual. 508 attempts to comply with the law regarding nursing mother breaks. We're just trying to catch you up with the law. Any questions on section 5? Section 6 is about discipline, grievances, and appeals. It outlines a basis for discipline, and it adds verbal counseling as a type of disciplinary action, which you did not have in there previously. It expands upon the performance improvement plan that was previously written in the policy that you all don't use. And it also adds a thorough grievance process, which includes the mayor in that process. Any questions on 6? Section 7 deals with accrual and leave. It adds language for employees who are unable to work due to unexpected illnesses. It cleans up the military leave section, and it cleans up the holiday leave section. 7 was really a cleanup. 8 is a section that we added. And Joe actually added section 8 in. Let's see here. So that is a whole new chapter on the safety and security and who's responsible for what at the city. One thing that's we thought was really important to make sure everybody understands that the safety and the security of City Hall and the city property needs to be the direct responsibility of the chief of police. He would be the one with the expertise in this area. And that was written nowhere, but like I said, 8 is all new. So without going through it, it's in blue so that you'd know it was all new, and I will stand for any questions on 8. Okay, and then after section 8, this is just what I do with PowerPoints. There's no direct fiscal impact expected. However, I can tell you that a well-structured personnel policy that's in compliance with existing and current laws should always be maintained in order to prevent liability to the city. I recommend adoption of the ordinance. And I did not put the chart up there, but you all have it.
I did have one other thing. I missed
Yes,
it
sir.
when we were on section 1.17 on smoking. So there was a couple of them here about, and I'm not a smoker and I don't like smoking, but no city employee will be allowed to smoke in view of the public. So, I mean, for Ronnie's group, they work in the public. So if they're fixing a leak.
That's a good point.
And they need to smoke and they're trying to hide and some, public can show up on them. To me, that doesn't seem fair or seems a little, I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish.
What we're trying to accomplish is an image issue.
Right.
And that's when you have people standing in front of City Hall or outside of here and they're city employees and they're smoking and.
Yeah, and City Hall, I mean, you can make a designated
So you
area
wanna
outside the
change that
public,
maybe.
but
You want to change that outside of City Hall instead of.
I mean, I think you kind of said about designated areas. So I mean, City Hall, you would have a designated area.
Exactly.
And I guess the only other question I have is, have the directors all had a chance to look at this and have input?
Joe did this. I don't even know. Joe, did you? I went over it with Chief, but he didn't go over with you, right? Okay, so the only director I've met with is Chief on this.
Okay.
And the finance person is aware of a lot of this, but
Because to me, the more eyes you get on something like this,
I
I
agree
mean, there's
with
so
you.
many details and things,
It's a
the more
good
eyes you
point.
get on it, the better off we are. And I think the directors
Yep.
know,
And I'll tell
things
you,
that we're missing. That,
yeah, this is done off-site. And so I think that's a really good point.
Great. I have a question. Has Brad reviewed this?
Has what?
Brad?
I'm assuming so. He gets the packet. Brad, you get the packet, and this was in there, so I'm assuming you've looked at it?
I've read it. So issues like this are matters of pure policy. And what I read it for to look at was whether or not there was a colorable argument that could be made that it created or turned into an employment contract that vested rights in an employee versus you guys being, as was stated, an employment at will, general employment. So that's the context in which I looked at it, and I determined that it doesn't create or vest any employment rights or right to be an employee in that respect, because there was a case several years ago out of the Texas Supreme Court that held that a personnel manual can in fact create certain vested rights, employment rights. So that was the context in which I looked at it. As to the specific, and I didn't see that. So that's kind of the extent of my review. Beyond that, I think these are pure policy questions that, I mean, if you want my opinion on a specific matter, I'll give you
We
my
are
opinion.
currently improving an issue with your audio connection. Please stand by.
Sorry, my computer was talking to me. But that's
This conference will now be recorded.
it's not a legal issue. You know what I mean? So if you want my opinion, I'll happy to give it. But that's not, I don't see that as my job. in that.
If you reviewed it, then that answers my question.
Okay, and I also think it's important to note that, and they're noted in here, for instance, Chief Rubin has his own internal policies for his department. And so we just went in here and just made sure that they were not in contradiction. And when they were, I told the chief that I would say with the exception of the police department. So that's why you see some of that in there. And so there's nothing that prohibits us having internal policies that the director wants that can be signed by the city administrator. This is just your general personnel manual. But with that said, I 100% agree with Councilor Sauceda in that we should probably have a couple more directors, at least 2 more directors, give some input on it. Yeah.
And then one other little thing I saw was on the page 14, letter C, it says the human resource director will advertise, and then in the org chart, I don't see a human resource director, so who is the?
Oh, it's because the org chart, the finance person will be finance/human resources at the bottom. Yeah. In the org chart, do you feel like we captured the advisory boards and the community stakeholders properly, or are they in the right boxes?
How did you determine community stakeholders?
I asked the staff about the task forces and groups that existed, and then I looked to see by ordinance with the staff's help which boards and commissions were part of the city of Blanco via ordinance, and that was, you have Blanco Historic Preservation and the Planning and Zoning are both that type. The other type I put as community stakeholders instead of advisory boards, although because you have some counselors sitting on a couple of those boards.
So they're listed from the comprehensive master plan, or they're involved in, there have been ordinances that have been passed for, I guess the Blanco County Friends of the Night Skies, is that because we're working to be a dark sky?
Correct.
Okay. And then I don't, the Blanco Water, okay, I got the task force, environmental task force. I don't know who that is. Does anybody, I just don't know the environmental task force.
I don't know, did I get that from you? I don't know who I got it from. Not sure.
I don't know who those are.
Blanco County Water Reclamation Task. I think that was supposed to say Water Reclamation Task Force.
Just the water reclamation.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Oh, that's okay.
Yes.
I thought it was a different one, and I was gonna say, I don't know that one.
So there should be 4 on there. The Friends of the Night Sky, the Water Reclamation Task Force, Keep Blanco Beautiful, and Wheels and Feet.
Well, don't we have streetscape?
Streetscape, okay. And they would go on the community stakeholder side? Advisory?
They're under the Blanco Historic Preservation.
Oh, okay. Well, then they're already up. They're a subcommittee of Blanco Historic Preservation?
Yes.
I believe
Okay.
so. So
we
they're
probably
covered.
have them.
Okay. So they're already covered.
They're covered.
All right. So I just.
Streetscape is under the historic preservation?
Yes, on the right side, except since they're a subcommittee, we wouldn't put them on there. Yeah.
Do I hear a motion?
Yes. I guess, thank you again for all your work in delivering what we've asked for.
Absolutely.
Following on what Martin had mentioned about the department heads, I'd like to table this until our meeting on the 20th.
I'm happy with that.
Give the department heads a chance to review, and maybe if they felt necessary, comment before we just weld this together.
Absolutely. I am perfectly comfortable with that.
All right.
I think that's a great idea.
Councilmember Smith has moved to table this until the other department directors had a chance to review it, and we will bring it back at our July 20th meeting.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Devine has seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. It will be sent out tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, discussion and possible action declaring excess city property surplus and authorizing disposal. So I believe there's 2 vehicles. Chief Rubin?
So, yeah, government code says council has to give authorization to determine surplus material. So we currently have 2 vehicles that have exceeded really their shelf life for us. We have 2 vehicles on order that should be here 3 weeks ago. But I just wanted to get this done. So when those vehicles come in, we go ahead and set up an auction. My plan is to use an online auction company I've used in the past, Texas Bid Online. They do a lot of government stuff, and that keeps the city totally out of it. So we're just asking for your permission to declare these items surplus and to auction them off.
Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion, we approve.
Councilmember Smith has made a motion to approve the request of surplus. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Devine has seconded. Discussion?
Just a question, Chief, how do you determine on vehicles? I was just curious. I mean, one has 100 and some thousand miles, which I kind of get. The other one's got 84. Is there some sort of standard or something on the age or the mileage?
So,
how do you decide?
well, with these vehicles, these are, well, I guess that's a 2-part question. So last year and this year, you'll see in my budget, I kind of have a vehicle rotation plan based on where I feel we're gonna capitalize the most at that resale point. Normally with these vehicles, if we get rid of them before they have 100,000 miles, they do better at auction. That also starts to reduce our maintenance costs. So with these vehicles, the Tahoe is the vehicle I was originally driving when I got here, and it just had a lot of miles. So I took the next oldest vehicle. Now I'm driving that one. So you'll normally see I'll be driving like one of the oldest vehicles, and then when I get done with it, we'll rotate it out because I'm not as likely to get in high-speed pursuits and those other things. The other vehicle, although it has lower mileage, it's an older vehicle and it's a Taurus. And the Tauruses really are not used as police vehicles anymore, and it has some other equipment issues. So I think right now is the time to get rid of it, or it's going to cost us more money to keep.
Okay. So just curious. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All in favor? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And we do have a nice used Taurus for sale.
You know, such a deal. I do have 136,000 miles on mine, so maybe it's time to do something. Not my Taurus, but.
We need to know who's been driving it though.
You know,
We're going to move on to item 11, discussion and possible action on the disbursement of tuition reimbursement to Victoria DeRue in the amount of $921. And she is currently working on her master's degree in criminal justice.
Yes. So again, same requests as we made in the past. Like I said, we're pushing that education, and the officers are working on it. And so according to the policy manual currently, they can ask for tuition reimbursement. So Detective DeRue is currently enrolled in Purdue online, pursuing her degree in criminal justice. And then I think she wants to move on to her master's in more of an investigative master's degree. But the current degree plan and the future degree plan are 100% job related, and it's not impacting her duties at work. It's only going to enhance her ability to perform her job. So.
Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the reimbursement.
Councilmember Smith has made a motion to approve the reimbursement. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Barron has seconded. Discussion? All in favor? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I'm sure she'll appreciate it.
That takes us to executive session. At 10:40, we are going to move into executive session. And item number 1 is Texas Government Code Section 551071 and Section 5.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct. Confer with the city attorney, consideration and possible action regarding legal issues associated with the wastewater treatment plant permit application.
This conference will now be recorded.
At 11:06, we are back into regular session. There was no action taken during executive session. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Councilmember Devine has moved to adjourn. Is there a second? Councilmember Smith has seconded. All in favor? At 11:06, we are adjourned.
Thank you all. We'll see you.
Can I